Hiya, papaya! It's time. It's time to once again come to the finale of Please Be Happy. I can't believe it. I'm sad. I'm gonna miss it again. I'm gonna miss my favorite game, as if I can't play it again. I'm gonna miss it. But it's time. We're in the festive season. I got Nemo in a nice little festive thingy. I'm wearing a nice Christmas hat. And it's festive month, as you know. So let's get in. Let's jump right back into chapter 5. Let's jump into chapter 5.
I needed that break. Back to it.
Let's jump into chapter 5. Please be happy. Chapter 5. It's loading. My favorite part is the loading times. It's great. I don't know why. Chapter 5. Stray Thoughts. The familiar jingle of the Bauhaus store greets me as I walk in for what could be the last time. Once Aspen starts working at the new location next week, I won't have much reason to visit this one anymore. The scent of baking bread and brewing coffee mixed with the clean earthiness of all the plants is something that I'll miss too.
Hey, welcome to the Bell House. Oh, it's Miho.
It's Nemo. Hi.
Hey, Lena.
Pat, 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 pat. She lifts her head over her shoulder to yell back towards the kitchen.
Aspen, your girlfriend's here.
There's a muffled sound from the back, and then a couple of other patrons turn to look at the source of the shout. Lena ignores them entirely.
She'll be right out. Thanks.
Nina will also be moving over to the new location when it opens. Aspen told me she got to pick which staff members she wanted to invite to the new store. But she doesn't want Lena to know that. She'd never live it down. Since there's no one else in line, Lena gets the counter to talk with Lena while I wait for Aspen.
I was just thinking about how I'm gonna miss this place. It must be like that for you too, right?
I don't know. I haven't thought about it too much. Maybe I'll miss it when I get there. But why get a head start on that when I've still got another week here?
Good point.
I'm sure Lena and I have different feelings towards the Bauhaus anyway. I have a lot of special, treasured memories here. But for her, it's just part of her routine. Kind of like how the library is important to both Aspen and me, but not in the same way. Aspen herself comes out from the kitchen, carrying a small plate with a strawberry croissant on it. Croissant? Lena locks on instantly.
You still got croissants left?
Not anymore. I was saving this one for Miho.
Wow. Abusing your powers already?
It's not the first time. Besides, I've noticed we go through blueberry muffins suspiciously fast when you're working the counter.
Kinda sauce, Lena.
Oh, dang it. I thought I was being sneaky.
Not sneaky enough, so shh.
Aspen puts a finger to her lips as she hands me the illicit treat.
Wow, it's been forever since I've had stolen food.
It's not stolen. It's just selectively available.
Right. I'm gonna go select something available from the rack myself. See you later, Miho.
I love Lena.
Bye, Lena.
I love these women. These women are poggers. I love them. They're so a bean. Sure enough, she plucks a muffin from the display case on her way to the back of the store. I take a bite of my croissant, getting strawberries and cream all over my hands. It's as messy as it is delicious. Aspen reaches out and wipes away a dollop of cream from my nose.
Go sit down and I'll bring you something to drink. What would you like?
Oh, it's okay. You don't have to do that.
I want to, though. What'll you have?
Well, another foxtail latte, please.
Foxtail latte. Woo!
Of course. I don't even have to ask.
It is my drink, after all.
Yes, yes, I'm well aware. And I'll have it right out.
Woo! Foxtail latte. I carry my croissant to my favorite seat by the window and sit down, enjoying the familiar view. It's changed a bit since I first sat down here half a year ago, but it's still mostly the same on the outside. With only a couple weeks until the new year, people bustle about outside, trying to make the best of what's left of this one. I think I've begun to understand why it's important to people, why it's worth numbering the years when you'll only get to see so many of them. I spot Aspen approaching, carrying a drink in each hand. I move a plate over out of the way to make room for her as she sits down.
Here you are, a foxtail latte for its namesake.
Thanks! It's delicious!
You haven't even drank it yet.
You haven't even tried it yet.
So? I don't need to. I just know.
It has been a hit with the customers too, I must say. More than any of the other beverages I've created. Clearly I have my wonderful muse to thank for that. You've left a mark on this place too.
That's why I get them for free forever, right?
Or as long as I'm working here at least. You know, maybe Lena was a little bit right about me abusing my powers.
I won't tell her you said that.
Good.
Imagine. There's a growing list of things I have to tell Lena. Aspen takes a sip of her own drink and looks impressed.
Damn, that is good.
She removes the lid to let it cool, which isn't something I've seen her do before.
What are you doing after this? I'm only on a 5, by the way.
A
That's
5. Pog.
I'll probably just head back to the library. I don't have much else to do today.
Jealous?
Why? What about you?
I'm only working half my shift here today. After lunch, I'm going to the new store to help Regina with some final inspections and then doing interviews for new hires. It's a lot.
Poor
You're
Aspen.
doing all of
Pat,
that
pat,
in
pat.
one day?
There aren't that many days left. We should have been done with hiring already, but one person changed his mind last minute. So now...
She trails off and ends with a sigh. A combination I know all too well.
Well, I could go on, but I won't. Who would have thought opening a brand new restaurant would be so much work?
Who would have thought? Crazy, that. Oops. I want to get my chopstick. Lips are dry. Although she laughs, I can't help but be a little concerned. Although, it's been over a month since Aspen decided to take a break from writing. It's still too soon for her to overwork herself again.
Are you sure you're gonna be alright? I mean, you're gonna be this busy until it opens, right?
If not busier, yes. It won't be fun, but I'll manage.
I've heard that one before, you know.
I know. I mean it though. Really. The soft opening is in 10 days. Even after that, there'll be plenty to do. Maybe more than there is now. But eventually, things will settle down, and I don't have to sell my soul in the process too. That's the big difference. I can handle being tired. It was the dread and anxiety that I couldn't take.
Compared to before, there is something different in the way Aspen speaks. When she would talk about her writing and how she felt, it was obvious that she didn't believe the words she was saying. But now, I can tell from the light in her eyes that she means it.
Okay, okay. You're pretty determined, huh?
I am. It felt good to make my mind up about something. I want to give it my very best, so that I can feel good when I look back on it too. Besides, I'd say that growing the new Bell House into Wellington's most popular cafe would be a more than adequate way to be remembered. But I'll settle for it being a hidden gem too.
As long as you're selling strawberry croissants and foxtail lattes, I don't see how it could be anything else.
Hopefully. Word of mouth from the first few days will be very important. If we fail to make a good first impression, then it could be hard to recover.
You're worrying too much. Everyone already loves the Bell House. I'm sure they'll love yours too.
Me? Worry too much? No way.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Well, you're probably right. Besides, I have a great team too. With their help, I'm sure it'll turn out okay.
That's more like it. You and Lena are gonna do great.
I can't let her show me up after all, especially as the store manager. Oh God, I really am starting to sound like her.
That's another one for the list, right?
Naturally. Speaking
Of
Lena,
course.
I need to get back to work. I'm busy this afternoon, but I'm free tomorrow after work.
I'm always free when you are.
It's a date then.
We say goodbye with a kiss like usual, before Aspen has to leave. I finish up the last couple bits of my croissant on my own, watching out the window. At one point, even the Bell House wasn't here. I don't know what it was, but it's hard for me to picture it as anything else. At some point, it was just someone's dream, an idea, or a half-formed concept. It took a lot to turn that into the little restaurant that I know and love today. For the new Bell House, Aspen will be responsible for the start of its story, for making it more than just a dream. I have a lot of faith in her, though. Aspen is great at stories. Seeing her enthusiasm and determination return is such a relief. Her path forward is clear, at least for now. I'm glad for her. I really am. Still, I can't help but wish I had something else. I something like that for myself, too. A goal to work towards, or a dream to fulfill. At first, she let me work at their library so that I could have some structure in everyday life, and to get some more used to being around people. But that's not something I need anymore. I don't mind my job, but the fact that I'm here right now, I can come and go whenever I feel like it, kind of proves that what I do there isn't 100% necessary. Still, it's home. It's a place to go back to while I figure out what's next. So, after cleaning my trash up and finishing my drink, that's exactly what I do. Loading. BBH loading times. At breakfast, Juliet and I sit at the table, and she prepares a place for 3 people like usual.
I forgot to tell you. Aspen won't be here today.
Oh, I see. Is everything all right?
Yeah, she's just busy. She said she doesn't know how often she'll be able to come by until the new Bell House opens.
I understand. She must have a lot of responsibilities to take care of right now.
Mm-hmm. I was worried about how much work she has to do. I still am. But she's pretty confident in herself. So maybe it'll be okay.
It's only natural that you'd be concerned. You care about her a lot. I'm sure she's glad that you worry about her, even when she tells you not to. I have faith in her too. When Aspen puts her mind to something, she's unstoppable. One of my earliest memories with her came from her first visit to the library, when she was trying to find a certain book on the shelves. Only it wasn't there, because I was reading it at the time and had it in my room. She asked if she could borrow it, promising to return it the next day. I told her she could take more time with it, but she stayed up all night reading it and brought it back like she promised. It wasn't a short book by any means either. I imagine she's treating her new role with similar focus and determination, which is why I'm sure she'll succeed in the end.
Yeah, you're right. I can't spend all my time worrying about her. I have to trust her to live her life too. Even though I said that last time, I understand it better this time.
That's good. It can be a difficult lesson to learn.
That's for sure.
Juliet laughs, and then we start to eat. It's a little quiet without Aspen or even the sound of her silverware. Especially since for Juliet, having a meal is entirely symbolic anyway. I try to eat fast, just to get it over with. When we finish and clean up, Juliet lingers around the kitchen for a bit in a way that means she has something to say. Sure enough, once everything is set and done, when everything else is done, she clears her throat.
Miho, there's something I wanted to ask you.
Sure. What's up?
Earlier this morning, I saw that I'd received a reply to a message that I never expected to be answered. A couple months ago, I managed to find someone online that I thought might be related to your friend Zhongying, and reached out to confirm. They never got back to me, and so I didn't mention it to you. But then today, she finally responded and said that yes, they are distant relatives. She said that if you'd like to talk with her, she'd be happy to tell you a bit about Zhongying, or at least what she knows. Is that something you'd like to do?
Oh. Wow. I guess you wouldn't be shocked that I never even thought about them maybe having a family.
I thought that might be the case. You're welcome to think about it and get back to me later.
In my mind, Jungin was always alone, but with me. They belonged to the forest and to the rest of the world equally. But it makes sense that they weren't really alone, that they had people who loved them too. It hits me in that there's so much I don't know about Jungin. Really, I barely know anything. Every minute shared with me only represented a small part of their life. In a sense, they may as well be a stranger. I'm a little afraid that knowing more about them could change how I feel about them too. But I decided that it's a risk I'm willing to take. I'd rather know more about who they really were.
Nah, I don't need to. I'd like to talk to her.
Wonderful. I'll let her know then. I believe she's in America, so our times are fairly different. Shall I see if tomorrow evening would work?
Sure, that sounds good. Thanks. And thanks for tracking her down and messaging her in the first place.
It's my pleasure. It's what I specialize in, after all. I'll let you know tonight if I hear back from her.
Okay. I'm going to see Aspen when she gets off work, but I'll be back sometime this evening.
I'll see you then. Have a great day, Miho.
I forgot to do things. Give me a second. Quick second, give me a second. Quick second. Doing things. Real quick. In her back. Okay.
Have a good sleep.
Good night, Juliet. There's a lot that I'm looking forward to talking about with Aspen today. I set myself up in the library to take care of my chores like usual, but it's hard to think about anything else. I should die in between these loading screens. Oh well. Oh well, can't do anything about it now. The afternoon sunshine draws us to the park once Aspen gets off work. Instead of staying indoors at her apartment or the library, she tells me about all her day at work. In exchange, I tell her about my upcoming call.
Wow! Juliet's incredible, isn't she? I had no idea she was setting that up.
Me either. It was a total surprise. She said she sent the message a long time ago, though, and it took months before she got a response.
Well, I can certainly empathize with that. At least in this case, the response turned out to be a good one.
Hopefully. I'm a little bit nervous, though.
About what?
Just about what they might say. What if it turns out Jongin is totally different from what I thought? What if they were actually a terrible person?
Then that would be true whether you knew it or not. They do say ignorance is bliss for a reason. If I were you, though, I would want to know the truth no matter what.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe someday I'll be able to do something without worrying about it the whole time.
If you figure out the secret, let me know. Lena sure isn't sharing it. I think she's somewhere around here too. At least she mentioned that before she clocked out.
Is that why we're here?
Not at all. I adore Lena, but I'll be spending more time with her than without her for the next month. I just wanted to appreciate the fresh air before I forget what it's like.
Put a ton of plants in your bell house too! Did you know that plants help us breathe? I just learned that on TV!
Great job, Miho!
I
Woo!
was aware, but I'm glad for you.
Great job, Miho. You're learning things. Poggers. Mimo.
Plants are on the list, though. I also want to put in a reading corner with a small library for people to browse while they visit. Regina's allowing me to set it up and decorate how I see fit, so I'm being as self-indulgent as I can.
A cafe with a library in it? That sounds perfect for you! Where would you get the books from? Juliet?
I was planning to ask her for some, yes, as well as a few from my own collection, and Lena's, and anyone else who'd like to donate. Maybe Juliet would even let us share books, so you can return them at either place.
How would you keep track of it? Would you hire someone to do it?
Well, I happen to know a certain someone who's very experienced in that position.
Who?
But no, we would simply have to use the honor system, like Juliet used to.
I still don't get how she doesn't worry about people stealing them. I mean, I do, but I don't.
I think it makes sense. Maybe it's even impossible to steal from a library. After all, they're meant for sharing books. If you take one home and give it to a friend instead of returning it, it still served its purpose. Or if you hold on to it for years and then only return it much later, you still returned it. That's the beauty of books. They can always wait. My New Year's resolution is to get through at least half of my backlog, personally.
Ooh.
Your New Year what?
Eh?
Resolution. It's like a goal that you set for yourself for the year. And then usually give up on by February, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
That sounds neat. Did you have one this year?
I did. It was to finish and hopefully release a book. It may not have
Whoops.
come true, but I'm happy with the
Whoopsies!
outcome all the same.
That's a bit awkward. Oh well.
I should try to think of one for next year myself. Maybe I'll try to get through half my reading backlog too.
What reading backlog? You haven't one.
Do you have one of those?
No.
Nope. so I'm doing good already. Maybe it'll be to read 10 books, or 100 books. I don't know what a good number to try is.
Probably somewhere in between. You don't have to make it about reading, though. You don't have to make one at all if you don't want to. Only if it helps motivate you.
I'll think about it. I've been thinking that I need something else to do with my life as it is.
Something else?
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, the library's fine and all. But I'm not really excited about it the same way you are about the Bell House. Yesterday, I was thinking about how Juliet doesn't need me to help her. She just gave me the job as a favor, even if she said otherwise. I don't really need that favor anymore, though.
You've outgrown it.
Yeah. I have other things I can rely on.
One of them links arms with me.
Always.
Not far away, there's an empty bench alongside the path, and Aspen leads us to it so we can sit down. We've been walking for almost an hour now, so a break is nice. Aspen takes off her hat and sets her purse on the ground beside us, while I stretch out my legs. We're not the only ones out here enjoying the afternoon. The park's alive and bustling. Bikers, joggers, dog walkers, and skaters all dodge around each other, plus the regular pedestrians like Aspen and me. Some dogs even run around off their leashes, ditching the road entirely. Thank you, Possum. This is for you. And a stretch. Thank you. Head pat. Hi. Hello, Possum. How are you doing? Look at Mimo. Mimo has the little Christmas thing. I even spot Lena, though she doesn't see us. Is it doggo time? Not yet. Almost. Aspen pokes me inside. Boop boop.
Oh, look over there. Think he's lost?
It's doggo time. Across the mess, the dog is sniffing around. There's a break in the foot traffic around us for now, so I don't see anyone watching him.
His owner's probably around here somewhere. Maybe he ran ahead of them.
The dog looks over to us, like he knows we're talking about him. He takes a couple of steps forward, towards us, sniffing the air, with his tail wagging just a little bit.
Oh, come here. Here, puppy.
The puppy, Aspen's right about that, so he creeps too close towards Aspen's outstretched hand. I sit still, not wanting to spook him. He seems friendly but cautious. One step. Two step. He never stops sniffing. Then he runs forward, bites a handle, and asks the person to take a off on it. Aspen jumps off her feet.
Hey, stop. Come here.
The dog doesn't even look back as it runs away, dragging Aspen's purse with it. The contents start to spill out as they go. I ran after the puppy, who's going further into the park, not wasting my breath shouting. I've been running way too much these past couple of months. I could transform, but I think that would probably scare him even more. I know better than to chase a dog, but I don't have much other choice. I hope I can just wear him out and then catch him. Glancing back, I see Aspen following behind me, gathering up everything she can. The puppy also looks back at me every now and then, changing directions in random. Some of the other people who see us lunge for the dog or try to block him off, but he dodges all of them and keeps running. I'm a little impressed. He zigzags again, but this time it's lucky for me. He's heading straight for Lena.
Hey, Lena!
She spins around to see me, and I can tell she's trying to process what's happening. The dog is closer to her than he is to me.
Catch him!
Luckily, my words get through. Lena crouches, already warmed up. The puppy sees her and starts to go in a different direction away from both of us.
Not so fast!
Lena jumps for him and flaps her wings to carry herself even further. She crashes to the ground just in front of the dog, who scrambles over himself to try to stop and turn away.
Gotcha.
I reach him just in time to grab him by the scruff. He immediately drops Aspen's purse like a thief who's been caught. Not that I would know. Hi, Olivia. Really? I don't remember what it's stolen in the... Oh, yeah. The do. I do remember. It's... I do. It's funny. Poor Aspen's purse. Aspen herself is slowly approaching, her arms full as she tries not to drop anything.
Not quite how I expected to end my workout today.
Thank you, Lena. You're literally a lifesaver.
Whoa! Aspen said literally! That means it's serious.
It is. I make sure Aspen's purse is safe before I let go of the puppy. He's been tossing and turning in my arms. Aspen walks and wags his finger at him.
And as for you, hasn't anyone taught you any manners?
The dog walks away from us, but not very far, so he can walk instead. He reminds me of a little bit of Silver. I hope he doesn't turn into a person.
I've seen that dog around before. Pretty sure he's a stray. I haven't heard of him taking anyone's stuff like that, though.
Got anything good in your purse?
Not if you're a dog. There's just...
While digging around in her now refilled purse, Aspen stops and then pulls out a smushed plastic wrapper.
I guess there's the other half of my lunch that I forgot about.
The dog wags its tail and barks in Aspen's direction, and she frowns.
This is what you were after, wasn't it? It really wasn't that good, I promise.
She unwraps the remnants of her sandwich and tosses it to the dog, who gobbles it down just a couple of bites before looking at us for more. If he's a stray like Lena said, that could be the best meal he's had in days.
That's all I have.
Lena and I are both empty-handed.
What should we do with him? What if he's not a stray and someone's looking for him?
They must not be looking very hard. I've seen him a couple days in a row now.
Poor thing. He seems so friendly when he isn't running off with my things.
I stoop down to try to pet him, and he lets me. He even licks my hand a couple times.
Maybe we can take him back to the library with us. Juliet might know what to do.
Well, she is known for helping strays. I'm not sure how we'd get him back there, though.
I can carry him. He doesn't look too heavy.
Carry him?
Yeah, why not? If he'll let me pick him up, at least.
Just... please be careful.
I will.
I crouch down and approach him slowly. Keep my hands out for him to sniff. I also try to wag my own tail to help reassure him. Instead of running away, he just flops on his back, asking for a belly rub. I do that with one hand while I slide the other beneath him. He's so lean that I can see his ribs. And then, I scoop him up. He whoops in surprise, but doesn't try to escape. Once I get him situated, he's pretty calm.
That wasn't so bad.
Both Aspen and Lena crowd to pet him, now that he can't get away. He sits there and takes it all in stride.
Okay, he's not that heavy, but let's get going anyway.
Alright, I'll text Juliet so that she isn't totally blindsided when we get there. See you tomorrow, Lena.
Bye,
Later,
Lena!
boss! Later, mijo! Oh, later, puppy!
Still leaning against my shoulder, the dog doesn't mind when Aspen moves his paw to wave goodbye to Lena. Whoop, 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 whoop. It's a dog. Pupper. We love the puppy. Although the dog starts to squirm at some point, I manage to carry him all the way home. He sheds and definitely smells like a stray dog, but I don't mind too much. He can't help it after all. Aspen also holds him a couple of times. For some reason, he's more antsy with her than me, so her turns don't last as long. When we arrive at the library, Juliet's waiting just inside.
Oh my, isn't he precious?
The puppy thumps his tail against my chest as Juliet comes over to pet him. People just can't stop themselves from doing that, I guess.
Let's take him upstairs.
I don't want to sit him down here with the last few library patrons and all the books. Other than his initial chase, he's pretty calm, but that could change once he's recharged. We all go to my room, where I finally put the dog on the floor. He starts sniffing around immediately, although there isn't much to sniff. I watch for any signs of trouble, but he's good.
I like him a lot more when he isn't robbing me.
He just didn't know how to ask politely.
There's a half full glass of water on my desk. I sit it down on the ground so the dog can drink some. He slurps up as much as he can. The glass is too big for his tongue to reach all of it.
I'll go fetch a bowl of water and see if we have anything that would be safe for him to eat. And then we can talk about what to do with him.
Aspen sits down on my bed, but I sit on the floor, and the dog walks over to sniff me.
Seems he's already taken a liking to you.
His fur is stiff and coarse. He's bony. He can't be that old, which makes me think he must have spent most of his short life as a stray. She returns soon, setting the water and also a bowl with some banana slices, bread, and a slice of cheese.
It's not the healthiest meal, but it should keep his belly full for a little bit.
The dog digs in like he didn't just eat half a sandwich earlier. The bowl slides across the floor with the force of his munching, and he smacks his lips while he tries to chew on the banana.
Is it okay if he stays here for a while? I'll take care of him. Even if it's just until we find his real owner, if he has one. I don't want to just kick him back out.
Oh, heavens! I wouldn't dream of just tossing him back out on the street. But taking care of a pet, even for a couple of days, is a lot of work. Are you sure?
I'm sure. Whatever it is, I'll do it.
I've led this puppy around for a couple hours, but I already know that I don't want anything bad to happen to him. Scrounging for food, stealing, not having anywhere to go. They're all things I can relate to.
I don't see why not, then. I'll keep an eye out as well for anyone who may be searching for a lost dog like him.
Thanks. I don't think he has any people, though. I think he's all on his own.
Meh.
You may be right. Still, we should do our best to make sure.
It's jealous, meh.
Right. I'll look out for any posters or missing signs.
After he finishes his meal, the dog flops down by me. He stares at me, but doesn't move, instead fighting to keep his eyes open. Now that he's eaten more, he does seem totally exhausted.
He must be in doggy paradise right now after spending a few days in the park. I know I sure would be.
I look up at Juliet, smiling.
Yeah. I think he'll like staying here.
I think so too. Ugh. That Jello cup was not very interesting. Around sundown that evening, I grab my fishing pole and make my way to the waterfront. Juliet agreed to look after the dog while I'm gone, even though I could be out for hours. It's finally time. This morning, I got a call from Mr. Kim, saying that the king of the ocean had been spotted close by yesterday, and that he should be passing by Wellington tonight. After months of waiting, or a whole year of it in Mr. Kim's case, we'll get our chance at seeing the legendary fish. Down by the bay, down on the rest of the lyrics at the top. Down by the bay, there are a lot of more fishers than the usual. Some have tents and chairs set up, while others only brought their gear. Mr. Kim is waiting on the pier like usual.
Good to see you, mijo. Feeling lucky today?
I sure hope so. It's packed out there.
Sure is. Tonight's one of those nights that we fishermen dream of.
How long do you think it'll be until he gets here?
Hard to say. There's a whole network of folks who watch the waters all up and down the coast, and they'll give us a ring if anyone spots him. But there's no guarantee that he'll be close enough to see. Sometimes he passes through deeper waters before coming inland somewhere else.
So, what you're saying is we could be here all night.
It's a certain possibility. Sleepiness has ended many an angler's quest to spot the king. If you have to go early, I'll understand.
Are you gonna stay out here the whole time?
If that's what it takes. Or if I hear that he skipped over us this year.
I'll stay too. I've waited this long to see him. I can't just give up at the end.
That's the spirit. I've got coffee and black tea to help keep sleep away.
Does the black tea have cheese foam on it? We walk to the end of the pier and sit down, keeping our rods close by. The setting sun makes for a beautiful sky that I tilt my head up towards admire. Mr. Kim does the same.
Mother Nature sure knows how to paint, doesn't she?
It's a little chilly, especially out here at the water. I wrap my arms around myself to stay warm.
If we don't catch him this year, will you try again next year?
Of course. And again, and again.
What if we do get him?
I think once is enough for me. Beyond that, I'll just be getting greedy. You can bet I'll still be out here, though. Even if I'm not fishing for the king.
I don't know if I'd be able to keep trying for as long as you have.
Oh? Why's that? It's easy. You just start, and then you don't stop. I'd like to catch the king, of course. But I've come to enjoy the waiting just as much. It's something to look forward to. If I miss him, I'm disappointed, of course. But it just means that I get to try for another year.
When I first started fishing, I thought all the waiting around was pretty boring. I kind of get it now, though.
There's an understanding between us fisher folk and the sea, I think. It's give and take on both sides.
What do you give to the ocean?
Time. Patience. Like any friend, it needs attention for your relationship to grow. Whether that's cleaning up garbage from the shores or teaching someone to appreciate the joys of fishing.
The two of us sit together for hours, trading stories about the places we've been. Mr. Kim tells me about the Korea he comes from, and I tell him about mine. He even pulls out a thermos of Montang. Spicy fish stew for us to share. It's as delicious as the dinner you shared with me a couple of months ago. As the evening winds on, a lot of fishers waiting for the shore gradually get up and get home. I guess they must be getting tired of waiting. Mr. Kim and I pass some of the time by fishing for other things or walking around to give our legs a break. As twilight starts to come to an end, my ears twitch, picking up the sounds of distant shouting. It starts off far away, probably too far for Mr. Kim to hear. But when he notices me tilting my head to listen, he walks over. The shouting starts to get louder as it gets closer. It's not one person yelling, but a chain of them. The message being carried along the coast.
He's here! They spotted the king!
All up and down the beach, the fishers are hopping to their feet and casting their lines. Some of those who are in the middle of leaving carry back to the shore. Hurry back to the shore. Mr. Kim echoes along as he passes along the news to the people on the other side.
Let's go, mijo!
Both of us cast our lines out. I lean forward to try to get a glimpse of the fish himself.
Where is he?
He could be anywhere. Keep an eye out.
Mr. Kim shades his eyes with one hand to stretch around, and I can see the other fishers do the same. I wonder how far even the king was actually spotted. With how many people are waiting for him, the news could have come from pretty far away. The ocean looks the same as there to me, flapping gently around against the pier where we're standing. Occasionally, someone reels in a normal fish, but nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, I noticed something sparkling in the water, several meters away from where we are. At first, I think it's just a trick of the light, and then it moves, disappearing and reappearing like a little bit closer. I tug on Mr. Kim's shoulder, get his attention and point.
Hey, is that?
The sparkling disappears, and it doesn't resurface. Both of us watch with bated breath, ready to start reeling in at the first sign of a bite.
There!
Mr. Kim stabs a finger towards the sea, and I watch the spot he's pointed at. Sure enough, I see that light again. This time it's close enough to see the vague shape of a fish, but not near enough to see clearly.
The king?
The glittering fish slowly comes closer, moving in short bursts. Sometimes it dashes off in different directions, and then wiggles back towards us. Finally, it comes into view. The king of the ocean swims in front of us, 4 long whiskers streaming from his face. His scales are shades of beautiful blue and purple, but shine with other colors too as the sun hits them. He's bigger than any fish I've seen before, but so smaller than a person. Swimming just below the surface, his top fin sometimes breaks through the water. I get a good glimpse of his big eyes as he passes us by, and the sparkle disappears as he drives down deeper in his way.
Whoa.
Whoa, indeed! I've never seen him that close before. This must be my lucky day after all.
Even though it doesn't stop for us, my heart races with the thrill of seeking the fish, the king at all.
That was worth the wait.
He was so far out there, it'd be a lot. I bet a lot of fishers on the shore didn't get to see him at all.
Glad you think so. Well, I wonder where he'll be.
Mr. Kim cuts off Smith's sentence as he... Are we supposed to see the same thing? The sparkle of the king's scales reappear near the pier. The king comes closer and closer, and then dives down again and disappears. Mr. Kim and I look at each other. I hold my breath, as if moving could spook the fish. Seconds pass, and then a minute. And then I feel a tug.
I've got a bite.
Reel it in, mijo.
I try, but the fish on the other end is fighting back. I have to hold on tight just to avoid having the fishing rod yanked out of my hands.
I need help.
Mr. Kim comes to my side and grabs the handle too. Both of us work together to pull and reel. And slowly, I feel us start to gain ground. Then, the two of us brace ourselves, and then both pull as hard as we can. With a huge splash, the king breaks through the surface of the water, dangling from the end of our line. He hangs there for a moment, looking at us like he's judging us. The two of us stare back in silence. A silent awe as we realize something. The king let us win. After only a couple of seconds, he opens his mouth and spits out the lure, freeing himself and plunging back into the ocean. All that remains are the ripples, and in a moment, even those are gone too. Other fishes who saw what happened start to gather around, congratulating us and cursing us. Mr. Kim handles all the praise with a smile and a laugh, while I try to stay to the side to avoid as much attention as I can. It takes a while for the crowd to disperse, but finally, leaving us alone.
Well, mijo, we did it.
Yeah. I can't believe he came back to us.
Maybe he didn't like the look of what they were serving further up the shore. Either way, thanks for helping an old dream come true.
I ought to thank you. Besides, we reeled him in together.
That we did.
Friendship, Pog!
My wife will never believe it. I guess that's what I get for exaggerating about the size of some of my past catches. That's alright, though. You and I will both know the truth.
Yeah. Plus the 7 years of good luck, right?
Oh, that's true. I'd almost forgotten. Maybe it'll only be 3.5 for each of us, though. Hmm?
Maybe, who knows?
I'd say that's more than enough.
Yeah, me too.
The sun has... Ooh, pretty. The sun has finally gone down by the time Mr. Kim and I pack up to head home. Before he climbs onto his bike, he gives me one last wave.
Well, we won't be preparing for the king, but will I see you down at the fishing spot again?
Of course! I've still got a whole lot more to learn.
That's the spirit. Until next time, mijo.
See you later.
A new friend landed in legendary catch with Mr. Kim. Achievements, Pog. New old friends. I think I'm missing 2 achievements? Probably 3 achievements. Oh, okay. So yeah. 2 achievements. The third one is get all the achievements. Okay. Ooh, Pog. Poggers. We can totally get the final achievement as well. That's just speedrunning the game. We could do that as well if we really wanted to. When I wake up, the dog is already awake and staring at me from the floor, ready to go. The two of us go downstairs and join Juliet for the breakfast, where she's prepared another bowl of fruit and bread for the dog. I'm missing the Aspen. I'm missing the 2 ending achievements and then the final achievement of get all the achievements. Duh. Duh! Possum. I can't get all the achievements if I didn't get Mr. Kim first. And if I didn't get all the other endings. Duh! Oh my god. Possum. Baka. Baka. Boop. Baka. He eats it, but even if he's only going to be here for a couple of days, he'll need more than people food.
I think I'm gonna go buy some dog food for him. I can get that at most stores, right?
Yes, it shouldn't be difficult to find.
Yes, you see me as a child, foolish and weak. And maybe you're right. Maybe that's all I am.
Maybe you're just a child who's foolish and weak. Maybe that's all you are. Actually, my wallet. I have plenty of money since Juliet pays me for my library work, but there's hardly ever anything I need to buy myself. This will be as good as use as any.
Do you mind watching him while I go?
Not at all.
Thanks.
And then I pet the dog's head. I've already learned one of his favorite spots, right at the base of his ears, and give him a good scratch.
Okay, stay here with Juliet, alright?
I really am turning into Aspen with how much I talk to the dog. Although he stays put for a moment, he follows me to the front door before I can leave. I gently push him back with my foot.
No, you can't come with me.
The dog paws on my leg, looking at me expectantly. Once more, I let him outside to relieve himself, but even after he finishes that, he won't go back inside the library without me.
You're not gonna take no for an answer, are you?
Sighing, I accept my fate and let Juliet know that the change of plans and let the dog and I start walking. He stays near me. Oh yeah. Sometimes going off the path to sniff something, but he always returns. Each time he starts to walk away, I feel a tinge of worry that he won't come back. But that possibility is just something that I have to accept. Even if some details of my past have gotten hazy for me, I can still clearly remember how it feels to need to run and escape. If the dog decides that's what he needs to do, then it's not my place to stop him. Still, I'm relieved every time he stops sniffing and returns to my side. Eventually, we get into town, and I find a pet store. There's a sign on the window saying that dogs aren't allowed inside, which is what I was hoping for. The bell rings when we walk in, although it doesn't sound as pretty as the one at the bell house. I wander around till I find the dog food section. Wet or dry food? There are more choices here than I thought. Big bags, small bags, red bags, blue bags. I'm not sure which one to pick. The dog sniffs each one of them in turn. I watch to see if he gets his attention more than others, but it doesn't seem like he's picky. I try to find which one has the most similar looking dog in front.
Guess I'll go with this one.
On the way to the front, the dog veers off another aisle, and I follow behind him to see what got his attention. Of course, it's the toy set aisle. Just like in the food section, there are dozens on display. He sniffs them all even more fiercely than the kibble. The kibble. Small basket of plastic toys on the ground. He pulls one out with his mouth. It looks like a cartoon squirrel, and its tail squeaks, and he bites it. He gives it a good shake, getting a few more squeaks in the process. His tail wags even faster than his head, and he looks up at me eagerly. I reach for the toy, and he hops away and then crouches down, tail still going, daring me to try to take it away. I do, and he instantly jumps out of reach one more, shaking and squeaking the toy again.
Okay, you can keep it. But come on, I gotta pay.
It's been a long time since I've stolen anything, but Not that I can actually pay for things, I can't see myself stealing again. I feel like kind of guilty about everything I took in the past. But I only ever did that what I had to in order to survive, so it's fine, right? Once I had support from the others in my life and the help I needed to get my feet on the ground, stealing stopped being something I felt like I had to do. At the counter, I used 2 fingers to hold the slobby toys so the cashier can scan it before returning it to the dog. I took the bag of food under my one arm, and then we start to walk home. We reach a crosswalk, arriving right at the light changes to send traffic across the path. I come to a halt while I wait, switching arms so I can carry the bag since it's getting sore. But the puppy doesn't stop with me. Instead, he doesn't even look back as he runs out onto the road, eager to get back to the library. Our car horn blares as it bears towards us down the road, too close to be able to brake in time. I feel like I'm moving in slow motion as I drop the bag of food and dash out into the road, despite knowing how dumb that is. I grab the dog as I sprint by, barely hauling ourselves out of the way of a passing car. The driver, understandably, gives me a rude gesture as he goes by. The dog, meanwhile, looks at me as if he's offended by the rough treatment, with my hand still holding him tightly.
You dummy! You could have died right there!
The squirrel toy in his mouth speaks as he squirms and grasps. That was way too close for comfort. If I had just been one step further away, I would have been able to rescue the dog. I probably would have gotten myself hit by my troubles too. Behind us and across the street, the bag of food lies on its side, some kibble strewn across the ground, with a spot of where it tore when I dropped it. Whether the dog wants to run away or stay with me is up to him, but I can't just let him get himself hurt or worse. I only have one choice. I hoist the dog and hold him with one arm, just like the dog food that I got back and retrieve before we start walking home. He doesn't squirm as much as he did yesterday, which that's a lot, but still. By the time we make it back to the library, both my arms feel like they're ready to fall off. When I sit the dog down, he strolls up to the library door as if nothing happened, waiting for me to let him in. I guess in his mind, nothing did happen. He's got no clue how lucky he was. A long time ago, Juliet said that sometimes your best is all you can do. That goes for puppies too. If I'd been born a city dog instead of a fox, I doubt I'd be much different either. Still, I have to think it's a miracle that any dog makes it to adulthood, especially strays like him. It's time. I believe it's time. It's time. When it's finally time for my meeting, Juliet helps me get set up on her computer and lets me take it to my room. I adjust the screen until I can see it properly, and then I wait. My nerves keep building until I nearly jump when the call finally comes through. As the ringtone plays, I take a deep breath and then hit accept. Tiny person-shaped bubble, all notification dissolves, and for a second there's just a black screen, and then a woman appears. When the image comes into focus, she's squinting at the screen, probably waiting just like me. But then she smiles and waves as she's able to see me.
Hello.
Hi, Adox. I didn't notice before the first 2 times I play this. Hi, how are you? It's Adox. I didn't recognize the voice 2 times. I'm embarrassed. It's Adox again. Of course it's Adox. It makes the most sense why it's Adox. I'm embarrassed to say I didn't recognize Adox the 2 times I played the scene. And 2 times I played through with Jongian. And the fact that I tried to mimic Adox's voice without realizing it well. Hi Zoe. How are you? Hi Zoe, welcome. Thanks for Lebsians. It's Adox.
Hi, I'm Miho. Nice to meet you. Thanks for talking to me.
I'm Minsa. No problem.
I mean, I'm out of water. I'm out of water, I mean about water. Turn. And a posture check.
Gotta say, I was shocked when I got your friend's email at first. I thought it was gonna turn out to be some kind of scam, and eventually she'd ask for money. I'm still a bit confused, though. So you were friends with my ancestor?
Sort of. I met them when I was really young. I was just a regular fox back then.
Wait. A fox, like with 4 legs and pointy ears?
Yeah. After I met Jongin, I turned into the person I am today.
Whoa. So that was a long time ago, huh? But you look even younger than me. Oh, that's just not fair.
Trust me, it has its downsides.
Both of us laugh, and I can't help but be relieved that she already feels easy to talk to.
That explains a lot, at least. So, Jongin. You're the second person to ask me about them this year, you know? That's 2 times more than most years.
Who was the first?
These guys at some archaeological society who are putting on an exhibition. They wanted permission to display some of their old works.
Are you the only family they have?
The only one who can use a computer, at least. The only reason I know any of the history is because I had to. Should I tell you everything I know and then you can ask me any questions? No promises if I'll be able to answer them, though.
Sure, that works for me.
Let's see. Well, I'm not related to them by blood, for one thing. They didn't have any kids of their own. But they got married and they and their wife adopted several children. I'm related to one of those kids. They were part of the Young Bun class, a noble and a scholar. But rather than be stuck at home suffering through court life, they hid their identity and snuck away to travel the world instead.
Minsa speaks with a practiced tone like she's reading, and she's given this speech a few times before. Still, I listen with rapt attention, memorizing every detail. This is the wrong thing I'm picking up. I want to pick up. Where is it? Here it is. I'll pick these up. My hands. There we are.
They spent years on the go, seeing everything they could, before finally coming back home to Korea to settle down and start a family. While they were away, they kept a journal and wrote letters back to their beloved.
I just realized Cosette's on the cover of the art book. I just noticed that. Huh. Interesting.
Although calligraphy was something they were taught from a young age, they began practicing as an artist during their travels. Sometimes, the letters they sent would include paintings of the things they'd seen, or they'd include little drawings in their journal.
Oh no, I just realized the spine on the front cover is, oh no, it's bent too much. I bent the fucking book too much. Not my real spine. I meant the fucking book spine. The spine of the book. Within the front cover, it's bent like 90 degrees. It goes 90 degrees. It's so sad.
Something else that they started to do was give a note to the people they met on their journey, with a little message of appreciation or wishes.
I just checked for the art book.
My husband always says they remind him of fortune cookies.
Oh, I actually have one of those scrolls myself.
I brought my scroll down from my room just in case. It came up like this. I unfurl it for the first time since Halloween. Please be happy. I turn the scroll around and hold it up to the camera for Minso to see. She leans in again, looking close.
Yeah, that's definitely theirs, all right. And they gave it to you when you were just a fox?
Crazy.
Yeah. Although, I couldn't read it until a couple months ago.
You know, right? Their handwriting is so bad.
It's so hard to read their handwriting, right?
Maybe like a doctor.
I'm like, if they were born today, they totally would have been a doctor.
Maybe like a doctor or something. Crazy.
I have a few of them myself, although they're up in the office. Grandma has like 90. She says she has one for every year she's been alive. And I definitely believe that.
Their writing's so bad, they could be like a doctor or something. Oh no, it's crazy. Imagine being a doctor. Imagine that. Wow. Imagine being a doctor. Good handwriting is so shit.
Jeez, that's a lot. How many did they give out altogether?
Who knows? If someone told me it was thousands, I'd believe them. I don't know if they gave one to every person they met, but it must have been close.
Huh. I thought mine must be pretty rare.
It's still special. However many there were, I'm sure most haven't lasted this long. Not everyone got a full scroll either. But, no. They're not some priceless artifacts that'll sell for a ton of money or something. Otherwise, I'd be talking to you from a mansion by the beach.
That's fine. I'd never sell mine anyway. It's way too important to me.
Yeah, I figured. I'm sure it wasn't easy to keep it safe and in such good condition.
That's for sure. We've been through a lot together.
That's good. I'm sure that's what they would have wanted.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy
one of our fairy kiss chillers.
who would enjoy one of
Keep
our
on living these
fairy
for you.
kiss chillers.
For a while, Minso tells me more about Jungmin's adventures. Even though it's hard for me to picture some of the people and places involved, I still pay close attention. Then all of a sudden, Minso's eyes go wide. She'd had some huge revelation.
Oh, I'm an idiot! Hold on, I'll be right back. I have to show you.
She gets up and runs out off screen, leaving me with a view of an empty chair and a bookshelf. Instead, I look down at my scroll. Minor case of a nap? I see. Somehow, I'd always assumed it was one of a kind. Or at least, something rare and meaningful. But somehow, finding out that this isn't the case doesn't really bother me. Instead, it's nice to think that they met so many people to be grateful, or who left an impression on them. If there were thousands of scrolls like mine out there, then that's not a bad thing at all. After a few seconds, Minso returns to the computer and sits down, carrying a scroll herself.
This is one that I had in the office. I can't believe I didn't think about this sooner. Sometimes they'd include a butterfly in their signature or hide one in their paintings because they said they were inspired by butterflies to travel with the wind. But then, at some point, instead of butterflies, they started to include something else instead. Can you see her?
She holds a scroll up to the camera like I did, focusing on one of the bottom corners. There, just below where they sign their name, is a picture of a fox. Of me?
I should have thought of it when you mentioned foxes earlier. At one point, they started using the alias Horim for their work. I don't know if you speak any Korean, but Horim means fox forest. After they started using that name, foxes would show up in their art for the rest of their life.
The drawing consists of just a few brushstrokes that make a head and ears and a face. Still, it feels like seeing a picture of yourself. I could picture them smiling as they drew it, as they thought of me. I always wondered if our time together was as important to them as it was to me. Hearing that they chose that name practically confirms it.
Thanks for showing me.
I can feel the threat of tears, but somehow I manage to keep my composure.
No problem. Grandma's gonna freak out when I tell her I talked to you. I've told you basically all I know, but were there any questions you had?
Yeah, I did have one. I'm a little afraid to know, but...
I took a deep breath. They were human, so my question is only natural. But still. Exhaling, I make myself ask.
How'd they die?
Minso smiles.
Old and peacefully. Their wife outlived them, but not by too long. They had the typical funeral that was expected when they passed away, but then they actually had one final secret request to their family. They wanted to be cremated. Back then, it was basically unheard of, especially for someone of their stature. But they really wanted it to be done so that they could have their ashes scattered. That way, the wind could pick them up, and they could keep traveling forever.
So then... It sounds like they were happy.
Oh yeah. They told their kids that they had no regrets, because they'd live as full and rewarding a life as they could.
I'm afraid that if I try to say too much, I'll start to cry. So I just nod instead while I find my voice.
I'm glad to know that.
Of course. It's only right that you know, considering how many foxes showed up in their work.
I think Minso can tell that I'm having a tough time holding it together because her voice takes on a more sympathetic tone.
Was there anything else you wanted to know?
I don't think so. You told me everything I wanted to ask. I only found out their name a couple months ago. Until then, I just thought of them as my person in my head. So, really, I've learned a lot more than I could have hoped for.
Aww. Well, I'm happy to help. Your friend has my contact info, so you can message me anytime if you think of anything else. I guess, if you think about it, you and I are kind of like family, right? Since it sounds like they raised you just as much as they raised their kids, like my great, whatever.
Really?
She laughs.
Sure, why not? The more the merrier, right? I think that's how they would have seen it too.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Or did someone just do a rat dono? So did someone just gift rat some subs? Possum donated. Possum gifted a sub to Bunlivia. Family. I may have a girlfriend, but family is something new to me. You can be called as sisters, but just barely. It makes my heart warm.
No problem. I'm sure we'll talk again, so I won't say goodbye. Instead, how about see you later?
I'd like that. Although, there's
Fuck you.
just one
Call
thing.
me Unbi.
Unbi?
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Fuck you. Thank you, Possum, for the bits.
What's that?
Oh wait, shit, I forgot. I forgot about. Give me a second. I need to hide. I completely forgot. Give me a second. I need to.
You know I love you lots, right? Of course I do! Love you lots too!
I need to do some tit settings. I forgot. I need to change something. I forgot. I forgot. Then bits disable enable bits yes. Enable selected. Oh my fucking god. Enable the fucking folder. Why can't I just... Oh my god. Why is it being a bitch? Why won't you function like a folder? Why? What's with these not registering as existing items in a folder? I don't understand. Twelve, 8, 20, 0. Okay. I love Scuff! It is projectiles. This. There we go. If I go to here. Then I test it. Good. All fixed. There we go. We're good. Oh. All good now. We're done. I did the thing. There we go. So I see you there, Monlivia. Going to do violence. I explain my magic and how everyone forgets me after a day. Nodding sympathetically, Minsa agrees to join my list of people who check in with me every day. I'm glad she's so understanding. But it's another reminder that I need to find a better, more permanent solution to people forgetting me. Good. Good. I fixed it. It's all implemented correctly. Everything that needs to be in here is in here. We're good. The second our call ends, I had the sob I was holding back. I thought I was done crying about Jungin, but apparently not. Except this time, it's the good kind of crying. After all my searching, and even after their death, I finally got the answer to my question my heart wanted to know. They cared about me too. Whee! Whee! I tried to imagine what their home must have been like. Their wife and kids, I'm sure they were all smiles. Still, it's difficult for me to imagine how they looked. Instead, I can picture them, traveling just like when we met, going from place to place freely, wherever the wind took them just like me, really. Someday, I'd like to return to some of those places that I've been to before, and see them properly instead of just blindly searching for one person and ignoring everything else. I'd like to visit them with some of the same wonder that Jungin felt. Wasn't anything I wish I could tell them about what I've experienced and learned on this path they sent me down. Even though I can't, there's one thing that I can now say for sure. They would have been proud of me. A few months later, I'm still trying to pull myself together when the dog comes up and paws me at my leg insistently. I can't but smile. Whatever I'm going through doesn't matter to him at all. He just wants to eat and go outside. Of course, my life and tears don't really make a difference to him, one way or another. And finally, that helps me with my ground. Helps me keep bleh, and really that helps keep me grounded. I'm glad to have some closure when it comes to Jungin, and to know that they were just the kind of person I imagined them to be. While their kindness and memory will never stop being special to me, I finally feel like I can say they're in the past. Time passed quicker than I could have ever imagined, but it still passed. It moved on, and now I need to. After wiping my eyes and blowing my nose, I stand up and the dog spins in an excited circle as I reach for the door. He runs right to the kitchen, stopping right outside the cabin where I store the food. His nose quivers as he huffs like a pig as he waits for me to catch up.
Didn't take you long to get used to this, did it?
He barks at me just a single short yap, but I can imagine him telling me to hurry up.
Alright. Give me a second.
I grab a clean bowl from the cupboard and scoop him out some dinner. As the kibble clatters to the dish, he excitedly prances about, getting his snout into the bowl before it's even on the floor. His tail wags as he chows down, inhaling half his meal without even chewing. I reach towards him, but he growls at me with a mouthful of dog food.
Chill, I'm not taking it. I'd pour my own bowl if I wanted some.
Ow.
Besides, I don't think I could stand the taste anymore.
Still, I keep my distance, just so I don't spook him. Finally, after he's done, he leaves the kitchen and heads right back up towards my room. He's gotten comfortable here much faster than I did. I wonder if he feels like home yet. After taking yesterday off, I sit down at the library desk with the dog for the first time. He does the usual pacing and sniffing, since this is the first time he's really explored this area. I keep an eye on him while I start on the day's tasks, but he just flops on the floor near my feet and dozes. Eventually, the first patron who needs help comes up to the desk carrying a couple books with him.
Hi there, I'd like to... Oh my god!
The sound of a new voice gets the puppy to stand up, and the lady across from me melts when he sees her.
He's adorable. Can I pet him? Hi there, I'd like to... Oh, he's adorable. Can I pet him? He's adorable. Can I pet him? He's adorable. Can I pet him?
Maybe? I'm not as familiar with Marina's voice, surprisingly. But I can recognize now Adox, Eve, and Jesse, apparently. Huh?
Sure.
It's not really up to me. If he doesn't want to be pet, he'll just walk away. The next person shows up, does more or less the same thing, and the person after that too. Maybe. I don't remember. I don't have the game downloaded right now to check. Also, it's a lot of work to check. As the day gets longer and the library gets busier, at least half the people who come to ask the pet dog, I'm pretty sure some of the help requests I get are just excuses to come see him. He ends it all pretty well, though, even leaving my side to go explore and visit the folk himself. A little bit later, after lunchtime, front door opens slowly. I look up from the form I've been working on to see the last person I expected.
Silver!
She isn't wearing her mask, so I get a clear view of her face. She narrows her eyes at the name, but approaches me all the same.
Miho.
I haven't seen Silver since Halloween after she gave back my scroll and disappeared into the night. More than once I've thought about going up to the Mount Victoria to look for her, but haven't. It felt like I should give her space for after last time. She stops at the desk standing across from me. Surrounded by books and other guests, plus being in the broad daylight, she looks a bit out of place. A short bark next to me startles her as she blinks in surprise as the dog runs around the desk to stand at her feet and yap at her directly.
A friend of yours?
Something like that. I found him at the park, and I've been taking care of him for a couple days.
He's a dog in the true sense of the word, then.
Yes, he sure is. Unlike me, for I am a fox. I'm also a hoe.
As far as I know, yeah, you finally got it right.
Her lips curl, but into a smile, not a sneer. Although she doesn't try to pet him, he looks down at the dog with some amusement. He stopped barking and instead sniffs her furiously, looking between her and me like he's trying to figure something out.
He seems happy.
You can read his aura?
No? I don't need to, though.
The sun she's had enough. She's either boring or not a threat. The dog comes back to my side and lies down again, gnawing quietly at his chew toy. Look at this bicep. This person could crush your head, and you'd be okay with it. Oh, I thought I fixed it. I thought I fixed that. I thought I fixed the quote. I thought I fixed that quote. I thought I fixed that quote. I guess I didn't. Well, I'll have to figure out how to fix that later. Sarah looks back to me, but then her eyes narrow again.
Your bead.
Oh, yeah.
I take out my necklace and hold it so that she can see the cracks starting to appear.
It started doing this a couple days ago.
Keeping a distance, she inspects it warily. In the palm of my hand, where the bead itself sits, I can feel a faint pulse like a heartbeat, although it doesn't sync up with my own.
So not much longer, then.
Right.
It feels a little awkward to acknowledge, like I'm beating her in a race I didn't mean to participate in. But there's not any point in denying it either.
I'm kinda scared of what's gonna happen next, to tell you the truth.
Maybe if I... Give me a second. I'm trying something. Oh, no, it's also changed here as well. Let's... File, save.
Scared? Why?
Exclamation mark, quote. 5. I did that in command incorrectly. Great job, me. Nope, still wrong. That's fun. It's in settings, quotes. There's no way to edit it. Let's think. Chat setting clients. Back up? That's a lot of backups in there, wow. I didn't realize how many backups they made. Logs. Auto device. Audio. Studio. Outside tip. Tree. System. Math. Dono updates DLS. Fun. Nope, it went back to before. I'm not sure how to edit the quotes. I thought I did. Fun. I can look it up later. Back to gaming.
Change, I guess.
Chunho. Sky Fox. Just thinking the word summons visions of blue skies and rolling forests in my mind. The pulse in my palm quickens.
Hey, I have a question. What do you think would happen if I broke it?
Broke what?
This.
I hold my bead up closer, and it takes an instinctive half-step backwards.
If I just crushed it or got rid of it instead of swallowing it. If that's even possible.
The spindly brakes that cover the bead make it look like it could fall apart in any second. Like even if a light wind could shatter it. I can imagine what Unbi could be thinking. She's probably shocked that I'm even asking. But she keeps any scorn she's feeling off her face. And finally, she shrugs.
I know not, nor why you would even consider such a thing. Though I have a guess. The magic within our fox being is as much a part of us as our breath and blood. Perhaps there is no life without it. Or perhaps we'd be no different than beasts.
You mean you think I'd turn back into a fox?
Maybe. Maybe not. I couldn't say. I've never heard of any of her sisters ever trying.
A lump forms in my throat, and I force back down.
I never thought of that. It makes sense though, huh? Since it was the bean that made me what I am.
She jabs a finger in my face, hand hovering over my necklace.
Shut up.
Shut up.
Huh? I only said it was possible. I doubt it would happen. Either way, how dare you? Your being is but a means to an end. It may have given you a chance, but it was you who took it. Every step you've taken has been your own. It made you nothing but capable.
Silver holds her arm out, pulling her shining bracelet into clear view.
Whoever or whatever you are now, you can never be a normal fox again, even were you to take the form of one. Still, what power your being does offer has been ever in your service. Should you choose to discard it, I fail to see why it wouldn't respect your final wish.
Up close like this, I'm able to see the silver bracelet clearly. For the first time, the light makes it difficult for me but not impossible. I have an idea. What if I do this instead? I'm trying things out. Maybe this will fix it. It's closed. And then I reopen it. Question mark. Will it do it? Although my bead is plain and round, nearly identical to the non-magical ones in my necklace. She narrows at the middle and then widens again like an hourglass. Hers narrows at the middle and then widens like an hourglass. A few colorful bands run along it, almost too narrow to see. There's a red one, a blue one, and even a silver one. When I squint, I can even see a faint spring green as one. There are others, but I can't see what they are before Inbi shoves her hand into her pocket. Bearing the light, I put my necklace back on.
Thanks. I feel a lot better hearing you say that.
I told you so. To think otherwise would be insulting.
In Inbi's language, that's just how she says, "You're welcome."
Anyway, none of that is the reason I came here. I've come to keep my end of a promise. I'm leaving tomorrow.
What? So soon?
News hits me like a punch in the gut, even though she told me she was planning a long time ago.
Soon? I've already stayed longer than I intended. There's nothing more for me to be had here.
That'd be cute. But isn't Blue... What was Blue again? I forgot what Blue was.
That's not true. There's...
Nothing more to be found, I should say.
Silver's, yeah, Silver's that, but like I don't think she's ashamed right now, does she? Abruptly, her voice softens. For maybe the first time ever, Silver's tone is gentle.
Your path may end here for now, but mine goes ever on. Perhaps someday it will come to a similar end, but not today, nor tomorrow.
Let me try one more time. There we go, I fixed it. I fixed it, there we go. I fixed the quote. All I do is close the thing, then change it, then reopen the system. That's how you change a quote. So you have to make sure that the bot is turned off before you can change it. There you go, there's the proper quote. We did it. We did it. We fucking did it. We fucking did it, guys. We did it. Also, fuck you, Whoops.
Surely, you understand.
For as long as I've known her, I've hoped I could get through to Unbi somehow. Help her see some of the things I was blind to myself. Especially now that we're just starting to become friends, or maybe now that we've been friends for a while. Either way, I wish she would stay. You can't even see the hat. You can't see them behind the hat. Lol. Also, I need to go bio break. I need to go dehydrate. Be right back. Dehydration time. Be right back.
Thank you. I needed to hear that. You've done enough. At least for today. You're a fool. But maybe we need more fools.
His ferocity? Unmatched! His compassion, you may ask. You fool! He knows not the first thing about it. And yet, I've somehow managed to tame this here beast. It answers at my call, heeds my every command!
I'll have you like, I heard all that, by the way, as what dehydrate. I heard all of it.
I was just thinking about music and how it connects us.
I hear all this.
First time someone's ever thought about that, I'm sure. But mostly, I was thinking about how cool it is when you meet someone else who likes the same stuff you do. It's nice to just automatically understand someone like that, and be understood. I don't know why I can only say these things here, where it's like nobody's listening, when actually there are a lot of you listening. At least, I hope there are. Man, that's embarrassing though, too.
Olivia, you still here? You still here, Olivia? You still existing? You're not here? Okay. You're still the only person I've noticed who acknowledged the one tweet, by the way. No one else acknowledged it. You're the only person who liked the one tweet, and I'll have you know that. You have no idea what tweet I'm talking about. You're the only person that liked the tweet, though. Anyways. But also, just like how I've already vowed to let the dog go if he wants to leave, I know I can't keep her here. And just like with Aspen, as much as I might want to do more, all I can do is try to support her. The rest is up to Silver. No, there was only the one like and no... There's only the one like and no replies, nothing else, just a single like.
Yeah. I understand. I'm coming to see you off, though.
Inby considers for a second.
Fine. I'll come to you here in the morning. Early. Be ready.
I will.
Good. I've said all I came to say then. Until tomorrow.
Without another word, she turns and heads for the door, disappearing through it just like she's disappeared into the trees. Just been then knocking in my window. It turns out Silver and I have different ideas of early. I roll over in bed, not entirely sure what I'm dreaming, in time to see Inby gesture to me to then leap off from the tree again. A few minutes and a lot of eye rubbing later, I'm ready outside to meet her, with the dog staying behind without any arguments this time. Silver's carrying a small sack with her, which I assume contains all her belongings. It's tied shut with a small rope, and she slings it over her shoulder. We don't exchange any words of greeting. Instead, we just start walking. As frustrating as it can be half the time, sometimes I also appreciate her willingness to just end a conversation, or not even start one. I don't have to worry about being a good enough conversationalist for her. It's easier to get more out of her silence than is many others. In fact, the fact that she let me come along on this trip, much less came to get me, says a lot. Make our way through the streets, not seeing any other pedestrians or even cars. Only a handful of city buses, and a couple of them roaming around empty too. Silver walks faster than usual, than either Aspen or Juliet, but I'm able to keep pace easily. It makes our journey pretty short, though. The glass walls and security gates of the skyport come into view. Waiting for us, it was the first place to greet us when we arrived. And now, it's ready to see her off too. I wonder what Silver's thinking about right now. Is she feeling sad at all and preparing to miss this place? Or is she ready to leave and potentially never return? Good or bad, I can't think she'll ever be able to forget her time in Wellington. We come to a stop just a few meters away from the entrance. Facing the double glass doors, our reflections stare back at us.
Call me Unbi.
Unbi?
In Korean, Un for silver, Bi for rain. Silver rain. Although she doesn't turn to me, I can still see her face turn red in the glass.
Yes, it's the name I've settled on. What do you think?
Unbi.
Unbi?
Call me Yunbi.
Why was that so laggy? Why was that so laggy? Why was that so laggy? Wait, I gotta check the settings. What's the fucking weight on these things? What's the fucking weight on these things? Why was that so laggy? How fucking heavy are these? Jesus Christmas. That was so laggy. Also, I was waiting for you to do that. I was waiting for that. I was waiting for that for the bits to be thrown at me at some point. I knew it was coming. Although she doesn't turn to me, I can still see her face turn red in the glass. I hope she sees me grin.
I think it's perfect.
Good. Thank you. I'm not sure what words to say. I've never said goodbye before.
It's okay. I never know either. I hope you'll come back someday. Or that we'll see each other again somewhere else.
Fate brought us together once. Perhaps it'll do so again.
So you think it was fate after all, huh?
Perhaps not.
She looks down at her wrist, surely thinking about her bead even though it's hidden.
If not fate, then shall we make a promise that neither of us can keep?
You haven't broken a promise to me yet.
We'll meet someday then. Perhaps you won't even recognize me. I might be someone else entirely.
Someday. I'm sure that I'll recognize you, though. You might change, but you'll still be you, no matter what.
Even if I'm NB now.
You've been NB the whole time.
Just all the Suzume alerts happening at once, because all of them are taken. Half of them are taken from this. 2 of them are taken from this one scene because we love Inbi. We love Inbi. Inbi Gush. We love Inbi. Like always, I can tell when she's about to leave. Before she can, there's something I have to ask. I might not get another chance.
At first, you didn't want me to call you Silver. With your magic, what does a silver aura mean?
Our eyes meet in the glass. Finally, she closes hers with a tiny smile.
Shame. Goodbye, Miho.
Goodbye, Inbi.
It takes her just a couple of steps to reach the door. They slide open silently, dissolving our reflections. Inbi doesn't look back once she strolls through, letting them shut behind her once again. I'm left looking at myself, and only myself. Finally, I turn around too, and start making my way back home. Inbi? The last library guest of the day turns out to be my favorite one. Aspen enters just after closing time, with a small wrapped package in her hands.
Aspen, I didn't know you were coming.
Wait, pause. Did you see who Mari dragged into playing Warrior Cats with her? Did you see who Mari dragged into playing Warrior Cats on Roblox? Warrior Cats Ultimate Edition on Roblox with her this morning / evening for her. Did you see who it was? It was very interesting. I drop what I'm doing to greet her at the door. The dog does too, and she stoops down to pet him. No, it wasn't Neki. It wasn't Neki. It wasn't Neki. I thought it was. Or have we not been looking at the Emperor's discussion? Because I think it was obvious who it was. Oh, no, I'm talking about, there was no VOD. It was this morning. No one was streaming. It was literally this morning. I'm like, 11, like, at like 10/11 a.m. for me, but, 9, it was in the morning. No one was streaming in the morning. It's just talks of screenshots. Of a single screenshot, actually. No, it was Mori. It was Mori. She dragged Mori to play. I just was curious what the fuck was happening. Oh, I gotta go board my... Your flight home? Okay, bye! Bye!
That's because I wanted it to be a surprise. Also because I wasn't sure I'd be able to get off work in time. But we managed.
Ooh, a surprise?
She shakes the box she's holding. Its contents rattle generously.
Right. I have a present, but I'm afraid it's not for you.
For Juliet?
Aspen just smiles in response. She takes my hand and lets me lead her towards the kitchen. The dog follows behind us. Juliet's already there.
Ah, Aspen. Good evening.
Hello, hello.
She sets the box on the table and then takes a seat with a sigh. Just like she was showing me for breakfast. Just like she was showing up for breakfast.
This is the first time I've been able to sit down in hours.
Thank you for joining us. I'm sure you must be exhausted.
It's fine. This is important after all.
I'm totally confused by now.
Wait, Juliet knew you were coming? I thought your present was for her.
Nope. I just said it wasn't for you. Although you'll still need to open it because it's for him.
Gestures at the puppy, who's on the ground, chewing his own foot. Aspen slides the box across the table towards me, and I lift it up. It isn't very heavy. Both Aspen and Juliet watch me eagerly.
Here goes.
I slice a hole in the wrapping paper, and then rip it away in one go. Beneath it is a box with a bright colored letters. I try to sound them out slowly.
Deluxe printer ink cartridges.
Yes. Aspen, who had been leaning forward in anticipation, deflates a little.
Not quite. That was the only box I could find. Open it up too.
I use one of my nails to cut the tape on the box and pop it open. Inside are a small collar and a leash. I lift them out gently.
It might be a little big for him now, but I thought he'd grow into it soon. Without having him with me, I just had to guess what the right size was.
I look from Aspen to Juliet to the dog and then back to Juliet.
Does this mean...
Indeed. They're gifts for the newest member of our household. I've searched and I can't find anyone looking for a lost dog like him. Nor has anyone reached out to me about it either. As he's already house-trained, he clearly lived in a house at one point. But it seems that was a long time ago. I don't believe he'll be going back. And besides, he seems happy to be here. He's already found himself a home with you.
The dog himself gets up and comes to sniff the accessory in my hands.
While I'm sure I know the answer already, I feel I should ask all the same. Would you like to keep him?
I look down at the animal beside me. If someone had tried to put a collar on me, if someone had tried to keep me, I would have done everything in my power to avoid it. Kicked, bitten, ran, whatever. There's no way I'd have allowed someone to control him like that. But he's not me. Instead, already the dog is looking healthier than when I first found him. He's full up a bit, and his ribs don't poke out as much. He's better behaved than I would have been too. Juliet even said he must have lived in houses before. I've seen that he doesn't always know how to take care of himself. If I hadn't taken him from the park that day, it could have been a matter of time before he got hurt, like when he almost got hit by a car. I grew up in the wild, always looking after myself, but he needs a little help. When I look back up at my friends, their faces are slightly concerned. They probably expected me to answer yes right away.
I want to keep him. But what if he doesn't want to stay? He's been comfy here so far, but what if that changes?
Why not ask him?
He doesn't know any words like Percy and Byron. I just talk to him anyway.
Those two are very well spoken, I'll have you know, but that's not what I meant. Don't you remember back on...
Her face goes a little red.
that day I asked you out? You were telling me how animals don't have to communicate with words. Could you maybe ask him as a fox?
I hadn't thought of that.
I haven't transformed in a while. I haven't had any reason to. Aspen's right though. Maybe there are some things I can say that way. Sit in the leash and call. Hello? Where'd I go? Hello? What the fuck? I'm gone. I'm just gone. Hello? VC face, what the fuck you doing? I'm just gone. I'm back now. What the fuck? Anyways, that's transpired. Setting the leash and collar on the table, I take a couple steps away from the dog and change forms. More than ever before, I feel like the magic coursing out of my bead and into my body like blood. The sensation of my limbs shortening, of my face changing and fur growing out, stand out more than usual. They aren't uncomfortable, but I'm used to barely noticing at all. One of my transformations is complete. Dog begins to growl. His hackles raised and tail stiff. He backs away slowly. He's clearly afraid, but the nuances of what he's trying to say are hard for me to pick up because I'm so out of practice. It's like when I tried to speak Korean after a long time. Danger, danger, fear, missing, where? I get the impression that he wants to know what happened to me. The me that he knows that appeared suddenly. He's probably never seen a fox before, but he instantly identifies me as a threat. Above us, Juliet and Aspen watched anxiously. My tail is brushed from side to side, and keep my ears and body language friendly. I try to impress upon him that I'm no danger, and that the creature he's looking at is this person. Danger, doubt, danger, fear, doubt. Instead of growling or barking at any of the other sounds I'd make to talk to the other foxes, it's more like I have to will my thoughts across to him. I try to convey that he can trust me and that he knows me still. The growl softened, but he keeps his distance and fur raised as he stiffs the air. Doubt, doubt, trust? Doubt, danger? Just a couple inches away, I stop and lay down on the ground, showing him that I trust him in turn, and know that he's not a threat to me. Doubt, doubt, trust, trust, trust. Finally, he approaches me, and his nose goes still. We look into each other's eyes, and then he gives me a gentle kiss on the snoot. Trust. I nuzzle against him, showing him that his faith is well placed. As I do, I try to convey other feelings to him in the same way as him. Home, I tell him. Stay, I ask. Home, stay safe. I imagine him settling down here like I have, until everything is familiar, going to sleep well fed and safe, and waking up rested. Maybe he had that before. If so, I don't know how anyone could have abandoned him and left him to fend for himself. I don't know how they could be so cruel. If there's one thing I can promise, it's that I'll never let that happen. Even if I couldn't take care of him myself, I wouldn't just abandon him. I won't just leave him alone. His tail thwaps against the wall as he wags it. Now that he's figured out who I am, it doesn't seem like he has to think about it too hard. Home, 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 home. I transfer him back into my other form. This time, he doesn't seem to bother at all. Pick and leech and call it back up. I finally smile at Aspen and Juliet.
He's gonna stay.
Is the light on? I think I did. Aspen helps me put the collar on the dog, and then we head out into the backyard with him.
I'm glad it fits all right. He doesn't seem to mind too much either.
Yeah, that was pretty easy. Maybe he's used to it.
Or maybe he knew you were doing something good for him.
Aspen and I sit down on the steps where the dog runs around. He finds a ball that he left on out here earlier and brings it over to me to throw. I toss it not too far, and he hurries off to get it.
Have you thought about what you're going to name him?
No, not really.
It's better than just calling him the dog all the time.
Right. Well, if I was gonna be consistent, then I should probably call him Og or Uppy.
Uppy! Aspen laughs. Uppy! 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 We love Uppy.
Perfect. I know who to ask if I'm ever struggling to name a character someday.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. Before she left today, Silver told me she'd picked a name for herself too. She chose Umbi. It means silver rain in Korean.
That's gorgeous. I like that she kept Silver as part of it. I suppose that means you helped name her too.
You're right. I wonder if she thought about it that way. I'll bet she'd change it on the spot if I ever asked her. I wish you could have talked to her more. I wish I could have too.
I'd have liked to know her better as well.
For her story?
That's part of it. But it's not the only reason. From what you've told me about her, she seems like a good person deep down, who hasn't had the opportunity to express that much. She seems like someone who could have come to be an important part of our lives. Not to say that she isn't already important to you.
Like him.
Not too far away, the dog rolls around in the grass, kicking his feet in the air. My dog.
Yes, exactly. You said it yourself about Unbi. The two of you are like family. And now this fellow is part of the family too.
I pat my leg, and the dog instantly sits up and walks over to us, greeting each of us with a lick on the hand. I think about what Juliet said a few minutes ago. When he was telling me he could stay, suddenly it comes to me.
Happy.
Hmm?
His name is Happy.
Happy looks up at me, his tongue lolling out the side of his face, in a smile. Aspen giggles.
Do you like that name?
I ask him the question, knowing that I won't need an answer. Still, it just feels polite to ask. Even though I choose to do so as a human, not a fox.
I'm sure he does. A saying that I appreciate is that names are a gift that someone gives you, And if it doesn't fit, you can exchange it for one that does. In this case, I think it suits him perfectly.
Watching the dog close his eyes in comfort as he keeps getting attention, I'm glad that Aspen agrees.
Now that you mention it, I've done a lot of name exchanging too.
You only started going by Miho here in Welly, right?
Yeah. I'm surprised you remember that.
She taps her forehead.
I'm good at remembering important things. And
Miho, things are important things. I lean against her, resting my head on Aspen's shoulder.
I think I like being Miho. All the good things in my life started happening after I picked that name.
Mimo. We love Mimo.
I like you being Miho too.
Yay! The two of us sit for a while more, playing with Happy, until she gets too tired to keep chasing the ball. Taking that as a sign that we should call it a night, all three of us head inside together. Is it playtime? I think it's playtime.
And here you are.
Nope, it's the first was opening time. It's lunch. I've got it's breakfast time. The flourish Aspen slides 2 plates on the table between Juliet and me. There's fresh cut fruit with warm potatoes and a sandwich made with bacon and cheese. I hardly ever have meat anymore, so it's a rare treat.
Whoa! This looks really good.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss
Thank you,
chillers.
Bolivia. Second. These are for you.
I'm glad I haven't lost my touch. I don't do this kind of table service very often, you know.
I know. We must be your favorite customers or something.
Maybe, but don't tell the rest of them.
Today is Aspen's last day at the Bell House, so she invited Juliet and I to have breakfast for a change of pace. Happy came along too, of course, and his leash is tied tightly to my chair. Juliet shifts her parasol a little to match the rising sun. She sips her tea and smiles warmly.
There's a reason this is our favorite cafe to visit.
Soon to be second favorite, I hope.
Aspen leans against the railing, looking up at the sky. The sun really highlights the bags beneath her eyes, and all the small things that probably only I notice. Such as how her apron is tied more sloppily than her usually likes it, or how her hair is done up roughly. Even this close to the finish line, she looks a lot better than she ever did when she was working on her book. Happier and more content, instead of looking like she was going to fall over at any moment. There's no one who deserves it more. She catches me looking at her and pretends to glare.
Your sandwich is getting cold, Miho. I worked hard on that, you know.
Sorry.
I lift it up and take a big bite. Just like the strawberry croissant, it's melty but delicious. Don't they make anything to eat here that doesn't need to come with a stack of napkins? I still managed to finish it in a hurry. Croissant?
That was so good. I didn't even know you had them on the menu. Or I'd have ordered one before.
It's not on the menu. It's just something I put together myself. I had to mark out a lot of different items to make it.
Ha 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 ha.
But if you think so highly of it, then maybe I'll think about adding it to my store.
You should. I'll eat one every day.
Every day is an awfully long time.
It was that good.
I saved a little bit for Happy, who's currently protecting us from anyone who passes by. He doesn't bark or growl, but he keeps pace with them, walking as far as the leash will let him before going back to the start. He never tries to go too far, though.
Happy!
He shifts his head and then comes running, and I hold out the treat on the palm of my hand. Being as careful not to bite me as he can, he pulls it away with his tongue and munches it. Well, happily.
Perhaps you should consider a dog-sized version on the menu too.
That would be the most adorable thing my team ever hated me for. I should make sure to keep some dog biscuits, though. I'll have to write that down.
From one of the pockets in her apron, she retrieves something I haven't seen in a while. A small notebook and a pen. She has to write something down and then freezes.
Oh, Juliet, I just remembered.
Setting the book on the table, Aspen hurries into the cafe. Juliet and I both watch her go. Hmm? Even Juliet seems a bit surprised. Then, 10 seconds later, the door flies open again and Aspen's back, carrying a different piece of paper.
Regina approved my idea to put a reading corner in the new store.
Ah, of course.
I was wondering if you would let me borrow a few books to stock it. Maybe it could even be an extension of the library.
She holds the paper, showing us a sketch of what it'll look like. Several wooden shelves line one wall, and on the other side is a tall bookshelf that separates the reading spot from the counter and the kitchen.
It hasn't been set up yet, but they'll be installing it tomorrow. So on opening day, all that will be left to do is fill the shelves.
Juliet claps with delight.
I love that idea. It would be my pleasure to share our collections.
Aspen beams, and I can't help but smile too. For both of them, I know that, in a sense, this is the dream come true for Aspen.
Why don't you come by tomorrow and pick out a few, and we can bring them to you at the opening?
That sounds great. I already have a list somewhere. I started daydreaming a little bit when I first came up with the idea.
I sit back and listen to the two of them chat about books for a while. It's nostalgic. All the names and titles go over my head, as unknown to me as they were months ago. This time, though, I don't mind. I don't feel left out. I wait for their conversation to reach a lull before clearing my throat. There's something that I want to talk about, too. Something I've only become more and more sure of since yesterday.
Hey, speaking of new jobs and stuff, I've been thinking about maybe trying something new instead of working at the library. If Juliet doesn't mind.
Of course not. Please, follow your heart, and I'll always support you. Is there something in particular you want to try?
Yeah. It's something I just thought of a couple days ago, but that felt right as soon as I did.
On the ground beside me, Happy hasn't left since I gave him that bite of sandwich, even though he hasn't gotten anything else since then.
It was something this guy made me realize I want to do too. I want to try to help out at the nature preserve. Yesterday, Aspen said that Happy kind of reminded her of Unbi. That's Silver's new name, by the way. It's the first one she picked for herself. Anyway, not just them, but also that burn. The one I found in the woods that we weren't able to save. I think about it a lot. I want to try helping others like that. Other birds and dogs and whatever they have there. Like how someone helped me before too. Lots of someones, I mean.
Oh, Miho, that's wonderful! How perfect for you! I'd be glad to give you a recommendation to Amaya. I believe they're always looking for volunteers. After a while, you could even apply to work there, like Amaya does. But listen to me getting ahead of myself. I'm already so excited for you.
Thanks.
Aspen looks a little more concerned.
I agree. That does sound like something that would be just right. But what about your magic? With the library, it's not a big deal since you live with Juliet. You couldn't see all your co-workers every day, though.
Yeah. I've thought about that. I think I have an idea, but I'm not too sure about it yet.
Really? What were you thinking?
I don't want to say right now. I'm still thinking about it. I'll make up my mind soon, though.
I can tell Aspen wants to know more, but she forces herself to stiffly nod all the same.
All right. You can tell us when you're ready.
Thank you. It won't be long, promise.
It's not that I don't want to tell her, it's just that I don't want to get her hopes up. I'm kind of afraid to get my own hopes up, too. I took a deep breath, feeling my beard rise and fall on my chest. Maybe I'm just afraid in general. Still, I saw that fear, pushing it to the back of my mind. I can brood and ponder later. Right now, I just want to focus on what I've got. Enjoying this meal and moment. Loading screens. In Juliet's typical reliable fashion, she managed to get a call to set up with me and Amaya. But that same evening, at least this time, unlike with Minso, I would have a whole day to fret about it beforehand. Instead, there's only 10 or 15 minutes between when she tells me she's going to reach out and when she comes up to my room to offer me her phone. It's only voice, but not video, which makes it a little less stressful. Still, I have to calm my nerves a bit before I'm actually able to answer.
Hello?
Something I've been working on is how loud to talk when I'm using the phone. I always end up yelling since I can't really hear myself, but I've been trying to fix that for Aspen's sake. Still, I'm self-conscious about it as I press the phone to my ear.
Hi there, Miho, right? I'm Amaya at the Preserve. Nice to meet you.
Thanks! Nice to meet you too.
If all goes well, then this should be the last time I ever have to introduce myself to someone for the second time.
Julia tells me you're interested in helping out around here and that you have a pretty extensive history with animals. Is that right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Awesome. I'll be honest, we could really use a hand right now. Or 2 or 4 if you got 'em. As far as I'm concerned, a friend of Juliet's is a friend of mine. There's still a few questions I gotta ask you though, both as a formality and no pressure. These aren't the kinds of questions you have to study for. Is that okay?
Yep.
Has saying no pressure ever actually made someone feel less pressure?
Great. First up, why do you want to help out here? Be as big or as specific as you want.
Because I want to help animals. I don't know if Juliet told you, but I used to be a fox.
No kidding. Bushy tail and everything?
9 of them.
Incredible. You'll fit right in. Anyway, sorry, go on.
Right. Back when I was a fox, someone saved me. And that's how I ended up turning into a person. Then once I got here to Welly, Julia helped me out a lot too. I like people a lot more than I used to now.
but I still know animals pretty well. Better than most humans, I bet.
I love that. Okay, next question. What kind of work is it that you want to do? A lot of people, they sign up to help out here thinking it's going to be all clean and tidy like a hospital. It isn't. Animals are messy and dangerous, and you can't get mad at them when they screw up. Believe me, it's useless. It's a lot of dirty work. It's a lot of being careful and still sometimes getting hurt. What I'm saying is, it's not easy. Is that something you're okay with?
Yeah, I am. When I said how I got helped out, back when I was a fox, I got my leg caught in a hunter's trap. I couldn't move, and it hurt more than anything I've ever felt. But there was this person who found me, who had already been nice to me before. Still, if I hadn't been about to die, I probably would have tried to get away from them anyway. They took care of me and helped my leg get better. They fed me and came to visit me every day, until the day they left my forest. So, I know what it's like to be that way, scared and hurt, and not sure who you can trust.
God damn. I'm so sorry. Us humans can be terrible, can't we?
Sometimes, but that's only some humans, not all of them. That's something it took me a long time to learn. There are good humans, though, like you and my girlfriend Aspen.
Oh, you're dating Aspen? I've heard Juliet talk about her for years.
Yeah, we're dating.
It makes my heart feel warm to say that.
Well,
You're
as
cute.
far as I'm concerned,
She's so cute.
you've already got the job, but
She's so cute. I
here
love
we
her.
go. Last question, all right?
Miho cute.
Yep.
This has actually been a lot easier than I expected. I don't even have to try hard to think of my answers like I don't, normally do. Instead, I feel confident in what I'm saying in a way I don't know if I ever have before.
Okay, here it is. Miho, do you believe in fate?
What?
I asked her that last time.
You remember that?
So that was you. That was gonna be my secret final question. I remembered having that conversation with someone, but for the life of me, I couldn't think of who. I thought someone must have tampered with my mind with magic or something. And to tell you the truth, I still can't picture what you look like.
Oh, you're exactly right, actually. I have this, I guess you could call it power. Where everyone I meet forgets about me in a day if I don't see them again. That's what happened to you.
She's quiet for a moment, probably thinking about what to say. In that silence, I make up my mind.
But I think I've figured out a way to get rid of it. I'm going to try it tomorrow. So hopefully it won't be a problem. If you can remember me after this time tomorrow, then that'll mean that worked.
Still there's silence. Did the call disconnect? Finally, she clears her throat.
All right then, Miho.
Her voice sounds rough, like she suddenly caught a cold. My hair stands on end. Wait, is she crying?
I hope I'll give you a call tomorrow then. But first, you have to answer my other question. It's not the usual third question we ask, but I figure I don't need to ask about a time you met an animal in need.
Oh, right.
Once again, this question's easy to answer, but it's for a different reason.
I don't know. But I don't think I care. Because either way, I'm still living my life. If there's magic or something else, then that's not really up to me, right? So, I like what you said last time. Either way, I just want to be...
fulfilled?
Yeah, like Aspen and Juliet.
Well, if there's one thing we can offer you here, it's that. Also a small salary. It's not gonna make you a millionaire or anything, but it should more than cover the bus fare or beer money, whichever you need more.
Really? I thought it was all volunteer stuff.
We usually start them off that way. Helps figure out which ones are serious about it and which ones are just looking for a summer job because mom said so. But I get the feeling you're gonna be a long hauler. What about you?
Now I have to pause to think about it. Working at the library is the longest I've ever stuck with something, and that's only been a few months. What Amaya is talking about is a lot longer than that. After spending most of my life not thinking beyond the next 24 hours, and spending my time here, taking my daily life for granted, I haven't had to think about long term too much. Other than making sure Aspen happy and Juliet are part of it, the future hasn't been that important to me. I need to start changing that though, especially after tomorrow. So maybe this is the chance to start the new year off with something else that's different for me. My New Year's resolution, Aspen called it.
Yeah, I'd like to be.
Super awesome, great. I haven't been this excited about a new hire in a long time.
Thanks.
I'm glad we're not on a video call so she can't see me blush.
I'll have to file some paperwork to make it official, and get the okay for the expenses, all that boring stuff. I'll try to get back to you tomorrow, end of the week at the latest. Sound good?
Yep.
Good. You better get that magic thing taken care of, mijo. I'm gonna write myself a note to be sad if I forget about you.
You got it.
I don't know to be sad if I forget about you.
Good. Talk
I
to you
love
soon,
these
then.
characters. They're so cute. It's illegal to have such cute characters, especially side characters. You don't even see their faces. Fuck you, Elan. Fuck you. Fuck you, Elan.
See you later.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you for making a good game with good characters. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You suck. Love Elan. The call ends and I immediately sigh once again. Of course, I can't blame her. But she makes getting rid of my magic sound so casual. In reality, that would be the biggest change in my life. Maybe more than becoming a Gumiho in the first place. It's the change that I need at this point in my life, though. As both Aspen and Juliet love to remind me it was my path through life that made me who I am today. However, that person isn't the same as before. Things that matter to me now meant nothing back then. So it seems logical to me that my need to transform, steal, and be forgotten has changed too. I'm grateful for everything my magic has, and my bead, have done for me. But they're the final step from what path. But they're the final step from that path I need to move past. Plus, if Unbi is right, then they're not separate things that I'll lose. They're just parts of me that change too. That feels more comforting, I think. Since Happy left with Juliet when she brought me the phone, I have a real moment to myself. I remove my necklace and hold it in my hands. Something I do quite a lot these days. Even more cracks appeared on the bead. It's broken in as many places as it is whole. Light leaks out, shining on my palms. The bead looks like it could fall apart at any time, fragile, like a human. Something would happen if I broke it. I'm sure of that. Something will happen if I break it. Tomorrow. I've already given myself that deadline by telling Aya. It's short, but it's less time to dread it and change my mind. I have time to tell Aston and Juliet, though. I want them to be there when I do it. I don't know what will happen if I were to let myself think all the possibilities. I'm sure I will end up talking myself out of it. Instead, I choose to believe that Unbi said, and what makes the most sense to me, that it would never make me into something I don't want to be. I'll choose my own destiny instead. My own fate, whatever it may be. After months of practicing, the day of the play finally arrives. Our performance starts in the evening, but I have to be there a couple hours earlier. Aspen promised that she'd be in the audience to support both me and Lena. That would be taking care of Happy, so she won't be able to make it. Even though I explain myself again and again that I'm just standing there, I'm on stage, they're just excited as they were when I first announced I'll be participating. I'm glad that they'll be there, though. The last hour or so before showtime is a busy one, with lots of the cast running around doing last-minute preparations or run-throughs. I just try to stay out of the way and help out if I asked. We made the change from practicing in the park to practicing on stage pretty easily. And by now the whole production is pretty smooth. I make the mistake of peeking out of the curtain before it begins and see that almost all the chairs in the audience are filled. I've managed to spot my people, although they don't notice me. I head to the corner, backstage, doing my best to stay out of everyone's way. Cyrus has been walking around, checking in with each cast and crew member in turn. He still hasn't gotten to me when Lena hurries over.
Miho! Ready to go? Nervous? So far, so good. What about you? Shouldn't you be in your costume?
I'm gonna go get changed soon. I was just, talking with my parents.
Are they here in the audience?
Yep, front row. I think they were more excited for me to be in this play than I was.
I know exactly what you mean. I'm glad I did it, though.
Yeah, me too. They said they're glad I found something I like. Although, I know they still wish it was ballet. I guess me being up on stage is still good enough for them.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, I think I am. I mean, it was my decision. I probably won't be in any other plays anytime soon, though.
That's too bad. You're really good at it.
I know, but I want to keep trying new things. Maybe someday I'll go back to ballet or something, but only if I decide that I want to, not someone else.
Cyrus wraps up a conversation with a nearby cast member, and then joins us in our corner.
Hey, you two. All set for your big debut, Miho?
I think I've got all my lines down.
Yeah!
Good. How about you, Lena?
Ready, boss!
Cool. Thanks for making this possible, both of you.
No, it's no big deal. Right, Miho?
Right.
For me, that's pretty true, but for Lena...
We should probably go get changed, but first,
Scratching his neck, Cyrus looks away for a moment.
Hey, Lena. Are you, busy after this?
After the play? No? Why?
Do you wanna get dinner or something?
Lena blinks a few times in rapid succession.
Yes! Let's do that!
I love the beans.
I'm gonna go get ready now!
I love them. I love Lena. She's adorable. Red-faced Lena runs off. Both Cyrus and I stare after her.
The dressing room's the other way.
Direction. More later, Lena zooms past us, going in the opposite direction.
Oops, it's this way.
Disappears into another room.
That wasn't weird, was it?
Nah.
From me, I mean.
Nah.
just like her normal anyway. I think she's pretty glad you asked her.
I kind of had a feeling after she gave me that painting a while ago. Part of the reason I wanted her to be in this play was so we could hang out more. But it's been kind of tough.
Don't worry. I think it'll all work out fine.
Cyrus nods.
Well, I'm gonna go get dressed too. See you on stage.
See you!
Cyrus leaves and I spend my last couple minutes alone. It's taken a while to get here. It seems like everything's turned out alright. Mina's all over the place and hard to follow sometimes, and Cyrus is like her opposite. They're both nice people though, and I hope that them getting dinner later is just the start of something between them. I think they'd be good for each other. Eventually it's time for me to go get ready as well. And just when I put on my stiff tree costume and take my place backstage. From the other side of the curtain, I can hear the low rumble of the crowd talking. As lights go dim, the chatter does too. Looking around, I see Lena, all dressed up and ready to go. She gives me a big thumbs up, and in front, Cyrus faces everyone with a small smile.
Showtime.
We all get into positions, and the curtains rise. The music begins, and Lena soon takes her place on the center stage. Watching her perform is like watching a whole other person. There's a certain grace to her movements and the way she talks. I admire her ability to just go out and perform when she's has to, even when I know she must be all worked up emotionally. Cyrus is the same way when he's acting. He has to talk louder to project his voice, but he doesn't seem uncomfortable doing it. The way he walks and talks is elegant like Lena. The audience laughs and gasps in all the right places. I'd even hear a few sniffle due to the sad parts. When it's finally time for me to go out, I'm surprised by just how many faces there are in the crowd. I can't let myself get distracted though. I have to do my best job too. My part's pretty easy and I pull it off without a hitch. As I leave the stage for the last time, Lena mouths, "Nice job!" to me. I smile in return. The whole 2 hours seem to fly by. When the last scene ends, I can hardly believe it's all over. One by one, we go back out to take a bow. The applause from the audience is like a thunder rolling through the theater. The last one to return from the 3 main characters, including Lena and Quinn? Cyrus, wrong person. As they take their place, the audience applause somehow gets louder, with everyone rising from their seats to clap. Confetti falls to the rafters as they look around, basking in the celebration. Lena's smile is huge, while Cyrus seems a little stunned by the reaction. The 3 of them link hands to take a bow, and then the rest of us join them one last time for a final bow, all together. Throughout it, Lena and Cyrus never let go of each other. After everything is over and everyone gets backstage to clean up and congratulate each other, I say goodbye to pretty much everyone except those 2. I look around to try and find them, but can't. Finally, the sound of the door opening catches my ear. I peek around the corner of a hallway to see Lena and Cyrus standing at the door to the outside. We're to step out together. I'd say they earned the right to leave early and skip out on the cleaning. As the door shuts behind them, I smile to myself. I think they're going to be just fine. I need you to do a quick dehydrate. I'll be back. Even though Aspen shows up for breakfast, I'm too preoccupied to do much but eat and respond on autopilot. After a predictably sleepless night, I can barely stay focused enough to chew. Stay on keyboard. I'm so out of it that Aspen has to wave her hand in my face to get my attention.
Miho!
Yahoo!
Yeah?
I was going to ask if you're okay, but I think I need to ask what's wrong instead.
What do you mean?
You've been chewing on an empty fork for a little bit now.
Ah, yes. I look at the utensil in my hand.
Oops.
Aspen gently sets my brutalized fork on the table. My plate is so full, I'm not sure if I actually had any food at all.
Is this about your secret idea from yesterday?
I nod.
You're good.
I like to think I know you pretty well. Is it something you can talk to us about yet?
Juliet also leans in to show that she's listening, although she doesn't interject. I can feel my pulse rise in response to the sudden tension. Even Happy is watching me. This is the whole reason I decided so quickly I should just get it over with. The whole time. What do you mean?
I'm going to smash my bean.
Both Aston and Juliet look at me in stunned silence. I'm not surprised.
I don't know for sure, but if I do that, I think my magic will go away. The problem is, I don't know what else will happen to me. But I think I'll be okay. Unbi thinks so too.
While Juliet continues to look shocked, Aston's face flips through emotions like I'm changing channels on TV.
Smash it? Are you sure? That's awfully permanent. And what do you mean, what else? What do you mean, you think?
Aspen.
All Aspen has to do is look at Juliet, and she cuts herself off.
I'm sorry. I'm sure you've thought about it. But that's so sudden. I'm sure you can see why I'm so shocked.
It's been on my mind for a while, and it's all I could think about last night. It's what I want to do, though. I told Amaya I would, for one thing. And I'd feel a lot better if I didn't have to worry about either of you forgetting about me.
Me too. God, me too.
Your magic is more than just being forgotten, though. That, plus your ability to transform, plus, I would imagine, your immortality.
Aspen gasps.
Miho!
I know. I thought about that too, and I'm okay with that. I want to feel more. I want things to mean more to me.
Yeah.
I don't think that can happen unless I know I'm going to lose them someday. That's something both of you helped me realize.
I met Juliet's gaze.
You too, and Cosette.
Her eyes go wide, then settle into a motherly contentment. Closing her eyes, she nods in acknowledgement of what I said. Aspen grabs my hands, one in each of hers, holding them to her heart, as she faces me.
Miho, I don't know what to say. There's so much that I don't know if I could get through it all. So, I'll just trust you. I'll trust that you know what's right for you, and I'll support you in that. Always.
Aspen has barely finished talking when there's a sudden flash of light in my necklace, causing both Aspen to recoil in shock. Happy yelps in surprise too.
What the?
I instantly cut my hands around my bead, which contains a lot of the light, not all of it. Aspen still has to use one hand to shield her eyes. Somewhat despite the brightness, I'm able to see through it, unbothered. The bead seems to be shaking, and I don't think it's because of my hands. Still, it's whole. Just barely. It's had its fill of whatever it is looking for. I can feel it. It's needy. The magic within it wants to burst free and escape. All three of us exchange a look, knowing that it's pointless to say anything else about the issue. Whether it's instinct or just my own inner strength, I grit my teeth and stand up.
It's time.
I walk to the front door, hoping that I'm not shaking as badly as I think. Juliet, Aspen, and Happy are right behind me, but I don't look back until I'm out the door, standing in the sunlight. Aspen comes to my side, moving my arms as she leans in for a kiss. Closing my eyes and focusing on the feeling of her against my side, I feel the storm in my belly calm down a little bit. Little claws dig into me as Happy stands up on his hind legs, pressing his paws into me as well. Juliet remains in the doorway, just out of reach of the sunlight, but now she's watching anxiously too. My hands are trembling as I reach for my necklace. Aspen places her hand on mine, steadying it as I undo the clasp. For the first time since I slipped it on, I carefully remove my bead and set the rest aside. It's strangely heavy in my palm. Maybe I shouldn't call it strange. It's carrying a lot of memories in it. Still, it's small enough that when I curl my fingers, it's hidden entirely. Close my eyes, I take a deep breath, and then another, preparing myself for what I'm about to do.
Wait!
My eyes shoot back open.
Before you do, there's something I have to ask. I'd regret it forever if I don't.
What is it? You can ask me anything.
She looks conflicted. I have no idea what her question could be. Finally, she copies me, closing my eyes. While closing her eyes, taking a deep breath, before snapping her gaze to me.
Can I touch your ears?
Someone did a rat thing.
Huh?
I've just... For as long as I've known you, I've wanted to ask, but it seems so rude, so I kept putting it off. I can't put it off anymore, though.
I took a second to process what she said, and then I burst out laughing. Of everything she could have said, that definitely would have been definitely wouldn't have been one of my guesses. She looks so guilty about asking that it makes me laugh even harder until I'm doubled over and unable to stand up straight. Tears start to stream from my eyes, taking a lot of my attention with them. Actively non-response, unable to actually answer Aspen's question with words. After a couple of seconds, she can't keep from laughing either as she approaches me. I force myself upright at least a bit more and tilt my head for Aspen. Her fingers hesitantly settle on my ears as she scratches a few times the same way she pets Happy. I see why he likes it so much. Aspen doesn't spend too long before moving away from me. She looks a lot more relieved too.
Okay, I've gotten that out of my system. Why don't you? Miho!
She gasps and points at my hand. I look down. Without even meaning to, I clench my fist at some point. Familiar light shines between the gaps, turning into vapor, and rising towards the sky. I uncurl my fingers, revealing a small pile of glowing dust and shards of my bead. The shards aren't sharp, in fact, they aren't anything. I can't even feel them there. Turn my hand over. I dump the debris onto the ground. A lot of the dust disappears as it falls, and so do some of the pieces. A couple of them hit the ground before vanishing. Only one piece, the largest one, lasts any time at all. Instead of evaporating instantly, it slowly dissolves, with most of the powder being carried away by the wind. Soon all that's left is a tiny seed that looks like it comes from an unknown plant. Was this part of my beads too? I'll never know the answer, because the wind picks it up and takes it with it too. Although it doesn't disappear into nothingness, it's gone from sight in an instant. If it was, then maybe it's on its way to someone else who needs it. Just like Zhong-Yin. It'll travel the world again, never quite coming to rest. I think they love to be part of the wind, laughing along with the breeze, so I'm sure they'll know where to take it. The instant that the last trace of magic disappears, I can feel my body start to change. It's similar to changing into a fox, but still different. My ears shrink down, my tails retract. The rest of me stays the same. My hair brushes against my shoulders as new. Different ears take the place of my fox ones. It feels like stretching after being cramped up for a long time. Like always, the transformation is quick, only a few seconds from start to finish. Except it's not always anymore. There is no next time. I turn around to face Aspen and Juliet. Just as tearful Aspen rushes into me, wrapping me in the tightest hug I've ever felt. It does feel odd. It's just like this feels odd. Somehow our lips managed to find mine, and my first experience as a human couldn't be any better. Happy doesn't wait long before demanding me to notice too, so I step away from Aspen in order to kneel down and pet him. He seems to handle this change a lot better than me turning into a fox, since he doesn't growl or act any different at all. I wonder if he even noticed the change. Finally, it's Juliet who has the tears in her own eyes. As I climb the stairs, she steps forward and pulls me into an embrace of her own.
Congratulations, Miho.
Thank you for everything.
Juliet lets go of me and then steps further back into the house and away from the sunlight. The rest of us go inside too. I feel strangely normal. Other than being a bit dizzy, I feel exactly the same as I did 5 minutes ago. Even the dizziness will probably go away once I get used to not having a tail. I'm not sure what I was expecting being human to feel like, but I thought it would at least feel like something. I don't mind being wrong about this, though. I know that I'm right about the human part, though. That same intuition that's guided me my whole life tells me that. That's reassuring as well. I'm still me through and through. We go out to the kitchen, which also seems absurdly normal. I feel like I should at least do something to celebrate or commemorate the occasion, but really just being able to go on with my everyday life feels like a reward itself. Like Lena leaving the Bell House, maybe it'll hit me harder later on, after the novelty has worn off. But right now, I'm just excited to keep living. After Juliet goes to bed, Aspen and I leash Happy and take him for a walk around town. I know there's a few differences, like not being able to smell or hear quite as well as I could before. I don't mind, though. The trade-off is more than worth it. My first day as a human isn't too different than my last day as a Gumiho, and that's just fine with me. Aspen stays as late as she can, and when she finally leaves to return to her own apartment, she does it with a promise to meet again tomorrow. That night, lying awake next to Happy, I look out my bedroom window at the city I've come to know as well, so well. I'd started to take the view for granted. But I'm going to have to unlearn all that. I really want to be grateful for what I have, since someday it'll all be gone. For what will be the last time for a while, Aspen shows up at the library for breakfast. It's been a routine ever since I came to Wellington, and it's bittersweet that it'll be coming to an end. An ending is just a chance for a new beginning, though.
So, tomorrow's the big day.
That's right. I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight. I don't know if I'll have time to sleep tonight.
At least you'll have plenty of coffee to drink in the morning.
That's true, as long as no one drops the coffee maker or something. Oh, here I go again. I keep imagining 100 things that could go wrong.
I'm sure there are a million things that will go right.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Thanks. I'm sure you're both right. I just can't help being me.
That's why I know it'll go well.
Happy and I hang out in the kitchen while Aspen and Juliet browse around to find books for Aspen's reading corner. Once she has a few picked out, Juliet heads to bed, and Aspen rejoins the dog and me. She picks up her purse when she left it on the counter earlier, and sits down.
So, after your bead broke yesterday, it gave me an idea for a secret ritual of my own.
She takes her bag, and I can hear papers crinkling inside.
Oh, like magic?
No magic, just superstition, I guess you could call it. Or symbolism, something along those lines.
Let's do it.
You don't even know what it is yet.
So? It's something you want to do, and that's enough for me.
I hope you're up for a bit of a walk then, because I'd like to go up Mount Victoria.
I'll go get Happy's leash.
On the way up to the top of the mountain, we talk about everything except why we're here. At the summit, we stop, and Aspen looks around.
I see why you come up here so often. I'm glad the new store is closer. I could do with a few more chances to clear my head.
Unfinished business. A day before the new store opening, Aspen decides to let go of her regrets.
I'm glad you like it up here too. I know it's not a secret or anything, but it feels like my place.
I know what you mean. That used to be the library for me.
Used to?
It's special in a different way now. A wonderful way, to be sure, but not the same as when I was just a regular patron browsing the shelves. But up here, I feel calm in the same way when I sit down with a good book. Not just a good one, but a favorite. One that I know I can go back to again and again and enjoy just as much as the first time I read it.
She gently links her purse from her shoulder and reaches in. Hubby gets his hopes up, probably thinking that just somewhere sandwiches go, but he'll have to be disappointed this time. Instead, what Aspen takes out is a small stack of paper. At first, I'm afraid it's the fox in the grove, which is silly because I keep that safely in my room with my scroll. On closer inspection, I recognize the fancy logo on the top.
That's from the book company, right? The one you almost signed with?
Yes. This was the contract they offered me. I held on to it to think about, and then afterwards held on to it as a reminder. I think I need to move on from it too, now. Just like you were saying about your bead. For a long time, I thought of my self-worth purely in terms of what I could make or give to the world. In other words, how good my writing was. That sure turned out to be a mistake. I always knew it was, of course. Still, once you're that far into the hole, it can be tough to dig yourself back out. I have you to thank in part for that. For helping me find my own strength that I needed. That's why I don't need this anymore. Not as a reminder or a motivator. I don't need it to tell me what I'm worth.
From top to bottom, Aspen rips the paper in half. Then she tucks them into a pile and rips them again. And rips those. She holds out her handful of shredded paper, like I held out my shredded bead. Just like then, the wind eagerly picks up the pieces and carries them away, out to sea. They toss and flutter in the wind, scattering directions before they're even past the edge of the mountain. Aspen watches them, hands still outstretched, not to bring them back, but to keep them away. In just seconds, they're gone from sight.
I tore up the rejection letters too. The ones I'd been keeping in my box, envelopes and all. I saved a copy of my manuscript instead. That's what I really want to look back on someday and smile about. Not to forget the bad, but to remember the good too. I'll always associate it with these days here with you, and with the new store, and everything else. I think those will be much happier memories to keep, don't you?
I do. I never want to forget how I feel right now either. Or any of my time here.
I don't think we will. I'm not sure how we could. And even though the future is scary at times, it scares me right now when I think of opening the store tomorrow. I'm excited. I'm excited to face it with you and with Juliet. And with Happy, of course.
Of course.
The three of us stand quietly together, facing the horizon in the future. Aspen's right. It is intimidating, but that's exciting in its own way. If there's one lesson that I've learned, one most important thing, it's that I can't just wait for the future to come to me. I have to reach out and grab it for myself. Arriving at the new Bell house, it's immediately obvious that Aspen didn't need to worry about no one showing up. Juliet and I are an hour early, but we're not even the first to arrive. There's already a small line of people waiting when we get there. Box of Aspen's requested books in tow. Some of the staff are running around outside, looking stressed. Others are indoors, setting up the display cases and brewing coffee. They also look pretty stressed. I recognize one or two of them from the... one or two of the employees from the other Bell house, but I don't know their names. Most of them I've never seen before. It's just the aprons that give them away. But the nervousness of everything seems to be running pretty smoothly. One person I do recognize is Regina, Aspen's boss. She strolls around the place looking calmer than the other workers. She's probably done this more than once. I'm not an expert, but I don't see any problems anywhere. Aspen's done a great job getting everything ready to go. She's been here since before I woke up, so I haven't seen her in person yet. Although we've been messaging throughout the morning when possible. I let her know that Juliet and I have arrived, but the message sits unread. It's much another familiar face, though at the same time, she spots us too. She slips out the front door and jogs over to where Happy and I are standing. Juliet retreats off under the shade of the building's roof.
Hi, Lena. How's it going?
Oh, you know, pretty normal day. Hang on a sec, though. Something's different about you.
Yeah.
Did you get a haircut? Wait, no, I see it. Don't tell me they gave you an haircut, too!
Nope. They went away on their own. I broke the bead that gave me my magic, and so now I'm just a regular human.
Her face goes pale.
And I thought it was bad that I dropped the coffee machine this
You
morning.
did what? Lena! You did one job! What the fuck? One job? Lena, how could you drop the coffee machine? Drop it. The coffee machine.
Oh, nah. I did it on purpose. I wanted this to happen.
Seriously? Why would you do that?
Because I got tired of people forgetting about me all the time. I want to be able to live a normal life, even if it's one that has an end. I'm starting a new job soon too. One that I couldn't do if nobody remembered me.
Oh, congrats! You're gonna kick life's butt, aren't ya?
Sure.
It's not quite the way I put it, but yeah, I guess so.
Well, it's the right way. The only right way. Go ahead, ask me why that is.
¿Por qué?
Why?
Because you've got to beat life into giving you what you want.
I see. She does a fake punch that comes close to hitting me in the rear face.
When it thinks it's got you down, that's when you've got to fight back even harder. Never give up. Never surrender!
It's kind of impossible to not be impressed with Lena's enthusiasm, even when it's like this.
And you can only do that when you've got something to fight for. Like Aspen, or your friends, or your dog. Wait, when did you get a dog?
Wait, when did you get a dog? I love Lena. Wait, when did you get a dog?
This is Happy. I've had him for a few days now.
He does look happy. What's his name?
No, that is his name. Happy.
I have a feeling I'm going to have to do this a lot in the future. Still, I like the name. I guess you could say it makes me happy too. Once Lena finishes introducing herself to the dog, she finally notices the box of books on top of the wagon that we brought.
Oh, in and let her know you're here. Although she might be busy until after she cuts the ribbon.
That's fine. Thanks for letting her know. I'll be with Juliet.
Got it!
I pass the wagon's handle to Lena, and she rolls it around to the back entrance. Happy and I go wait next to Juliet, not too far from the line to get in. She just prepares so to give us a bit of extra shade too.
What do you think? I'm quite impressed with what they've done here. It has its own distinct feeling while still clearly being the Bell House.
Yeah, I love it. I can tell Aspen put her heart into it.
On one side of the cafe is a park, and the other side is a row of shops that are just as cute as the Bell House. None of them have such a long line though. There are only a couple minutes left until the grand opening, and everyone in the crowd knows it. I do a quick head count. There are almost 24 people standing in line, not counting Juliet and myself. There are a few others who aren't in line either, like a reporter, taking pictures and someone that must be Regina's husband. The warm, cozy scent of the fresh bread and coffee are so strong here as at the other location. Or as strong here as at the other location. Maybe even stronger, since we're outside and can still smell them. I can't see in, though, the frosted glass windows, but I imagine they're all doing the last-minute scramble, taking care of final touch-ups before it's time. A blue ribbon is draped across the front door. Those suddenly open inward, leaving the ribbon still hanging, and Aspen appears dressed in uniform. She looks around, spotting me and Juliet, and gives a small wave, but she quickly focuses her attention to the crowd.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for coming. We appreciate you showing up before you're actually able to have your coffee.
A couple people chuckle.
My whole team has worked very hard to make today's opening a success, so we're very proud to officially open our doors to everyone. Lena!
Coming!
Actually, Lena, but can't see her. I can, however, see the look of disapproval on Aspen's face as Lena runs up to her with a pair of scissors. Even that disappears in a flash, though, as, with a big smile, Aspen cuts through the ribbon with a single snip. She steps aside, letting the line of people begin to enter. As the first customer passes through the door, a chorus of cheers comes from inside.
Welcome to the Bell House!
It takes a few minutes, but finally Aspen emerges from the building and comes over to where we are. I reach out my arms to embrace her, but she snakes her head.
No, don't hug me, I'm gross. As soon as I get home, I'm taking 3 showers and 2 naps.
You deserve them. Everything looks amazing. You've done a great job.
Thanks. Wait until you actually go inside. Although maybe it's better to wait until tomorrow for that.
You're already quite popular. I'm not sure if tomorrow will be any slower.
Oh yeah! I forgot! Last year when I did this, there was no Juliet voicing. I was wondering, like, why does it sound different? It's because it is different. It's recorded... It's not mixed the same way. Because there was no Juliet voice lines last year. I totally forgot about that. I totally forgot that I had to voice Juliet for this segment. I was like, earlier I was like, in my head, Juliet sounds different in this scene. Why is that? Why am I gushing? What do you mean gush? What do you mean gush? What do you mean gush? Just because I'm being a nerd doesn't mean I'm gushing. It's different. There's a difference between that. But I realized, like, Juliet sounds weirdly muffled and not mixed the same way she did before. It's because it's mixed in post-release by a lot. fun.
That's a good problem to have if it happens. I can show you around right now if you really want, but it's going to be awfully crowded in there.
It's fine. You can show us another time. We'll be here again soon, for sure.
Indeed. I'm looking forward to trying out the reading corner for myself.
Yeah, she sounds a lot quieter than she's supposed to. It's not mixed the same way. What a time.
Yes, me too. Lena told me you brought the books. Thank you so much.
Oh, of course. I hope they find their way into many new hands.
I'll make sure they do. I want to do some kind of discount for people who are working or reading here. I'm not sure what it'll be yet, but I want to help out students and artists, even if it's just a free cup of coffee.
That'd be good.
I'm already getting ahead of myself, though. We've been open for all of 10 minutes, and I'm planning what to do next.
A free cup of coffee would do miles for artists and students, I bet.
You make that sound like it's a bad thing. But this place only exists because you dreamed about it, right?
Well, yes. I suppose so. I need my feet on the ground right now, though. I could let my head off into the clouds when my shift is over. Which, unfortunately, is still several more hours from now. I'm going to have a few words with whoever it was that put together this schedule.
Was it you?
It was.
It absolutely was. After my naps and showers, I'll come by to visit this evening. Do you have any plans for how you want to spend your last couple days before your own new adventure, Miho?
Other than with you? Nah, not really. I think I might go for a walk. It's been a while since I just wandered around.
You've come so far since then, both literally and figuratively.
Yeah, I miss it a little bit.
Go wander then, and I'll see you at dinner?
Definitely.
Goodbye, Aspen, and good luck with the rest of the day. We'll see you tonight.
With a final wave, Aspen disappears back into the cafe.
I think I'll be returning home myself. If you're going to be out for a while, then would you like me to take Happy back with me?
Yeah, please. I think I'll be out for a bit.
I pass the leash to Juliet. Happy doesn't fight against leaving me anymore. He knows that I'll come back to him. I watch as those two head off back to the way we came. Yep, the direction of the Bell House. One other direction leads into town. But it's the fourth and most familiar path I follow. For the second day in a row, I find myself atop Mount Victoria. Although I pass others going both up and down the mountain, I'm alone at the summit for the moment. Just me and the breeze. Leaning against the railing, I'm taking the sights again. The bustling city, the swaying trees, the cerulean ocean. All over, everywhere I look, it's alive. Every person, every leaf, every single creature. We're not so different after all. We're all just doing what we can to survive, to keep going, and to hopefully make tomorrow a little better than today. I can't count how many times I've been up here, enjoyed this view, and I can't even begin to guess how many more times I'll come here in my lifetime. And yet, that's what makes it so precious today. Maybe someday I won't be able to come here anymore. All I'll be able to do is think back and remember how it made me feel. So I better feel as much as I can while I can. Even now, I can spot things that are different from yesterday. I pass different people on the way up here. Different boats dot the glittering horizon. Different airships come and go. As much as it feels like it is sometimes, inasmuch as I used to believe it. Believe it was true. Nothing ever really stays the same. From the streets to the seas, and even myself. Like clouds, we grow and change until someday we disappear. There's a noticeable absence where my necklace hangs, but it isn't the aching kind of loss that feels like something's gone when it shouldn't be. Instead, it's more like nostalgia. Missing something, but knowing I can't go back to it. At the world and existence, I'm thinking that doesn't even exist anymore. Maybe it never did. I've been to so much of the world without really seeing any of it. After all, there's plenty of time to fix that. Years and years to enjoy, to fulfill. At the end, I hope to feel the same with the way Jongin did. Surrounded by the people they loved, and content with the life that they had lived. Maybe, like them, I'll continue to exist in some way still. In the thoughts and stories of everyone that I care about, and that cared about me. For someone who's not used to being remembered, a legacy like that doesn't sound too bad. Maybe someone, someday, will stand up here, like me, looking out at the world and seeing proof that I once lived and existed. It's okay if they don't know me, or my name. That doesn't bother me. But if there's one more bird singing its song, then there would have been, had I never existed. Then that's enough. A sudden gust sweeps across the mountain, down through the forest, and out towards the sea. It ripples through my hair the same way it rippled through the trees. As the leaves rustle together in the breeze, it sounds like warm laughter. Hey, little fox, where is your home? The wind whispers, closing my eyes, I relax, and surround myself to it all.
Right here.
Call me Unbi.
Unbi?
Happy PBH anniversary.
As I open to another page, I wonder if I'll always stay the same, or be someone someday. As you open up another door, I'm searching for more, but I'm not really sure what I'll find. On and on, the clock on the wall keeps ticking.
Call me Unbi.
Unbi?
Thank you, Nemo.
This chapter of my life, I tear the pressed flower to remember you by. Getting older will mean that you're not on my mind. Together we'll be young till we die. With just a word or two, the year will end so soon. Will you remember me if I remember you? Telepress flower to remember you by. And if getting older will mean that you're not on my mind, together we'll be young till we die. Maybe I'll forget a bit of you, maybe you'll forget me too, but I'll treasure every second, and I know that you will too.
After months away, my first few breaths of Wellington air are the most refreshing I've ever had. Happy lopes alongside me, just as glad to be back. He's been worse on airships than I am, although we've both gotten better with them over the past few years. We walk along the familiar streets, past the library where I used to live. Until we reach the house, I fumble with the keys for a second before letting us inside. Percy and Byron both scatter immediately, like they always do when they see Happy. I'm definitely not the person they were expecting to walk in. I don't take more than a couple minutes to enjoy the comfort of being home before I'm back out the door, leaving Happy with the cats. The bookstore isn't too far away. That was one of Aspen's conditions that we were looking for a place together. It's close to the Bell House, too. Although it's been more than a year since Aspen handed over the keys to the place to Lena. There are signs in the window of the bookshop advertising today's event, along with a picture of a familiar face. I step inside, quietly, not wanting to interrupt anyone. There's a small line of people near the back, each waiting for their turn to approach the table where Aspen's sitting. Of course, she didn't notice when I walk in because she's busy, talking to someone. I linger behind one of the bookshelves watching. Aspen waves a hand in greeting as a new person walks up, offering her their copy of her book. She signs it with a flourish. The hours she spent practicing her autograph paying off. Smiling, she hands it back, thanking them for coming by. It's almost the end of the 2-hour signing session, and there are still a few copies left on the table beside her. But there are several folks around the store carrying their newly autographed books, and I'm sure there were plenty more earlier. As the last person in line steps up to the table, I go up and take their place. Aspen signs the book and sends them off, stretching their fingers
Call
before
me
looking at me.
Unbi.
Unbi?
Thank you, Mimo.
I love the very, very delayed bits though. I'm not sure. I think I need to restart tits or something. I don't know why it's like that. Anyways.
Hello there.
Call me Unbi.
Unbi?
Please be Mimo.
Her face morphs from her customer service smile to surprise as she actually notices me. I walk closer and hold up my copy of your book, the one I read on the airship ride over.
Hey, I'm not too late to get this signed, am I?
Miho! I thought you weren't supposed to be back for another week.
I wasn't. But I decided to come home early because I didn't want to miss this.
Aspen Holt takes the book from my hands and signs it with the gold pen in her hands, drawing a little heart next to the end.
Thank you for being here. It means the world to me. You should have said you were coming, though.
Nah. Where's the fun in that?
But then it wouldn't have been a surprise.
You and your surprises. Well, this is certainly the best kind.
How'd the signing go? Happy and I just got back, so I couldn't have come any earlier.
It went well. Long, but well, my hand hasn't been this sore in ages. But I couldn't be happier. At least, not now that you're here. I was a little worried that no one would show up, but it's actually been somewhat busy. You just missed Mum and Dad, although they're staying in town overnight, so you'll have to come see them later.
Sounds good. I'll be here for a while. What about Juliet?
She and I are having dinner tonight. You'll come too, right? I know she'll want to see you as well.
Of course. I want to be there when your book goes up on the shelves.
You know, I hadn't even thought about that. Somewhere in the chaos of all this book release nonsense, I'd forgotten all about the library.
Come on, you love the library. It's
Good
great.
thing I came back early, huh?
Indeed. As much as I love being able to tell people how my wife is traveling around the world, saving animals,
Aw, that's cute.
I much prefer having her here with me.
Fucking cute. I love that. That's cute. That's cute. We love Miho doing worldwide animal saving. Smiling, I reach for my book, still in Aspen's hands.
Should we get going then?
But Aspen pulls it back just out of my reach.
Nope, you haven't paid yet.
Paid?
Yes, there's a special tax just for you.
A Keith?
Oh? What is it?
Keith? I'm pretty sure I know what the answer is. I step closer as Aspen leans across the table to kiss me, holding on to it for support. In that moment, all the jet lag and aches and pains of travel melt away, replaced with pure bliss. Look at the gaze. Admire the gaze. We love them.
All right, now I'm ready to go.
Achievement unlocked. Blue Pearl Crocus. That's not how that word is said. At all. Can't believe it. It's over. Isn't it? It's over. It's finished. We've come to an end. Now I need to look for buttons. I need this on. Christmas. Where is the thing I'm looking for? I can never find. Here it is. Turn that off. I can't believe it's over. We finished.
Oh, let me join you.
Our revisit. I can't believe we finally finished playing our revisit. Please be happy. It's crazy. It's been over a year since I played this game, and I think a little under a year. No, a little over a year. Under a year? A little under a year since I finished the game the first time, I believe, actually. Cause yeah, a bit under a year, I believe. Like a few weeks under. After the Juliet run, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Anyways, Bonliva, did you know that human affairs seem truly all-encompassing? So important, so unchangeable. The lives of the small are swept by whatever waves the humans decide to make, and they can be cast aside. Maybe not easily, but they can be cast aside, because the weight of their lives did not matter as much as some decisions that some humans have made. This does nothing to comfort me as I find myself in this grove. It had only been a year, a full set of seasons, the whole spectrum of colors decorating this forest. This forest has given me so much. 1 year. When I felt so at home here, what good reason would I have to leave? But That is not how a human lives. That's not how we function. As I live and breathe, I have to live by these human rules. I cannot gallivant in the forest until I die. I cannot act so carelessly. I cannot. I must not. And I will not. I need to have value as a human being. So off I go back home to the overbearing man-made buildings. To serve the government. To sign my life away to papers and fake pleasantries. This break of mine was so selfish, was it not? Be happy with it. Be satisfied. But I only learned to want more during the year. Oh well. A familiar law of the crunching of leaves beneath my feet. I feel sparks in my brain as the sound of life invigorates me. And then I see her, waiting patiently. Hello, my friend, I say, the young fox's ears twitching in response. My mother would yell at me to stay away. Never trust foxes, of course. Her maids were farmers. I couldn't say that I didn't understand. But the eyes on this one are too beautiful, too sincere. She approaches me. I extend my arm gently and hold it still. She presses her head into my hand. Leaning over, I meet her eyes. I'm leaving soon. I won't be here tomorrow. I say each word clearly, as if this would help her understand at all. Do you know what that means? Of course she doesn't. Perhaps she's confused, if anything. Would she understand the concept of home? If she's lived here her whole life, if she's never had to leave, would anything be a home to her? Where is your home, little fox? Is it here in this grove? Or do you come here to see me too? My voice does not falter, as my heart does. This will be the last time, I'm afraid, because I'll be going home tomorrow. But my heart falters, oh, so very much. Home is such a small place compared to the rest of the world. Yet it's some place I cannot wait to return to. She rests into my hand, even more as if she could see my sadness. But this isn't the comfort I want. I want her to understand. I cannot bear thinking of her returning, waiting for me, as she grows to do so. To this grove which I cannot return to. I don't want her to wait for me. I do not. I wish she didn't have this complete loyalty. I wish I could bring you with me, little friend. I wish that you could see the world too. I press my forehead against hers. This is so pathetic. She's only a fox. She's grown here. She has lived here. And she'll continue to be fine without me. These sentimental feelings of mine, they surely aren't reciprocated. Your home is all around me, though, isn't it? It's where the trees are, where the leaves fall. What is the future that awaits me? The one where I created rules for myself that I will detest until the day I die? This unhappy life that I will catch with my own two hands? Little fox, perhaps it's you who's the most fortunate of the two of us. And with that, we got seven whole spots to do real quick. And then I'm off to find someone to look to raid. I'm trying to look for someone right now, actually, before I go do my spots. Little fox, where is your home? No one I know is alive. This is so sad. No one's existing at this time. No one is existing. If only. Anyone I know? No one I know is alive. This is so sad. Alright, we got 7 spots. Okay, looking while I do this. 1. Oh. Hello? Oh, I should probably turn my camera up. That might help, actually. Lol. I'm dumb. Two. 3. 4. 5. 6. And 7. Look at us go, being relatively healthy. Imagine being relatively healthy. That's kind of cringe. Kind of crazy to think about being relatively healthy. I just continue looking for someone to raid real quick, and then I'll be off to do my post-stream stuff like shower and eat. And then maybe play some Sea of Thieves. We'll know. Who knows? I don't know. We'll find. I'll find what things are doing. Let's see who is existing. Anyone I know? No one I know is existing. It's just so sad. Let me just check. Some of the servers I'm in. Maybe someone. I know who is associated is alive. No. No one is alive in this server. This is a great time to have no one existing. Fork knife. I don't know what that game is. Raft, the Genshin reaction. Fuck it, let's just... We're gonna raid this person playing Kingdom Hearts 2.5. 1.5. Not 2.5, 1.5. Plus 2.5. Okay, that's why I hit 2.5. Anyways, let's start the raid. Anyways, hope you all enjoy. Hope you have a lovely rest of your evening. I'm gonna go have a shower and eat some dinner in that order because that's how I do things. Weird. Might be live later again today. Don't know what I'm gonna do if I am live. But I know for a fact tomorrow I plan to do some more arting at 3 p.m. EST. So if you want to see some more artwork, I'm gonna continue doing the art piece I worked on last night. So tune in tomorrow for that, and I hope you all have a lovely rest of your evening again.